Oh, and remember, no real name, if anyone knows any.
Okay, and we are live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Um, so to those
Howdy,
watching,
howdy.
huh?
There he
What's
is.
up, man?
Welcome. Looks like we got everyone here.
All
So,
right.
uh, do we want to go ahead and start the game since it doesn't look like very many people are watching at the moment?
Um, Let me prepare one to two more things, and then things should be golden. So I'll be right with you on that.
Okay.
Just adding the last few details. All right. So how's everyone's days going so far, huh?
Pretty good. Uh,
Like I said before, ate some barbecue, so I'm happy.
Okay.
okay. What about the uh, rest of you?
So, Sai, Husk. Husk, are you still squeaky from last night or no?
He has his mic muted.
Yusk. Amog.
Oh dear.
I hope it's not the exact same as last night. Oh,
Well,
it's unmuted.
ask.
Try talking. We cannot hear you if you are speaking.
Yeah. So,
For context, for those that are watching, late last night, Husk's mic over Discord sounded almost like Alvin and the Chipmunks and such. It was jarring.
um, at least to me, it sounded like the squirrel from Hoodwinked because it also sped up his speech patterns.
It was entertaining to those that were witness to it.
hmm Um,
So it
so,
seems his Discord's messing up again.
so do we want to do a recap of how we got to where we are?
Absolutely. I can go ahead and say that.
Okay.
Um, so the premise of this campaign, for the players that is they were a group of adventurers, or rather, they were people that needed money and, well, did adventuring and mercenary work to meet their own end. They all met together, did a few jobs, and those jobs went swimmingly. So much so that they decided to kind of stick together and see if they can't do any more. So they begin to do more jobs, more successes, more wins, until eventually they are met with a troll cave job. They're trying to clear out trolls inside of a cave, and it does not go very well. They get their asses handed to them, and then after that, they decide, okay, we need a vacation, and they hear about a festival that is happening in a town down the way, maybe about like 60, 70 some miles away from the capital they were in the city of Arbuckle. There wasn't many details that they heard, but they heard there was a festival and pigs were involved somehow. So, aside from that, they began to embark on their journey. In the first official session, we started out right outside of a kind of rest stop area, if you will. Except this rest stop was a just well that was a water flowing fountain well that was just out in the middle of nowhere, not but like 20 feet off the road. The party explores it. They see that there is a statue on top of this well that is just constantly pouring water into the uh, fountain below. And aside from that, there were tracks that were nearby that were wagon tracks. The party decided to follow it. They see from the context of the tracks as well as all the footprints around it, it looks like this wagon was ambushed. They follow the tracks, find a goblin cave, and then find the people that had been ambushed and where they were captured inside this goblin cave. The two captured persons were two sisters, a 14-year-old and an 8-year-old of an Abeline and Annabelle in that order. They were on their way to see their uncle, who in their family they were having family difficulties, so they were sent off to find their uncle in the city of Arbuckle. He was the captain of the guard. So when the party rescued them, they were all thankful, but in the cage, none too far away from the girls, was this massive wolf that was in the cage. I believe it was right next to it,
Mm-hmm.
right next to the girls' cage. And when the party opened up the girls' cage and were all good, well, and healthy, the giant wolf busted out of its cage and, by its own might and will, busted out of its own cage and booked it out. It could have left any time it wanted. However, it was sitting there and actually was protecting the girls as they were in captivity. So, after the wolf booked it out, the crew looted the cave and then they left. Later that night, they went back to the fountain as like the rest area and set up camp. They were then met by a bargain. He was a massive, quite frankly, shirtless man with trousers and massive, muscular man who reveals himself to be a druid in the area. And he is exceptionally thankful that they had rescued his friend, that giant wolf. He introduced himself to them, and after enough talking, it was revealed that he was a werebear druid, and that the giant wolf that was in the cave was a werewolf druid. They were just two guys out in the woods living it up. So, with the giant wolf rescued and the werebear druid being ever so thankful, he just where the bargained werebear druid uh, granted them protection in the forest. They wouldn't have to worry about being hurt or ambushed overnight. There's always an eye watching them. One thing that the party did notice as the werebear druid, Mr. Bargand, came and went, no one was able to hear his footsteps. Not a peep, not a word. And he showed up without even walking up to them. He was just there. So, with that, Bargain the next morning helps the crew get over to the nearest village, where the girls, they had a cart that they were ambushed on, still had a cart. This man, this werebear, he just lifted up the cart, put it over his shoulder like a backpack, and just told everyone, come along. And once they got to a crossroad, and there was a crossroad saying, to the left, the city of Arbuckle, 60 miles. To the right, the village of Carn, 3 miles to the right. So they go to the village of Carn, and Mr. Bargain, he puts down the cart, wishes everyone adieu, and says, this is as far as I can really go. The people here don't typically like me, because when I'm in my bear form, I often rub up on the orchard trees because they scratch just nice. So the farmers might not like me here. So he's going to leave. So the party then goes about trying to acquire a horse for the cart, as well as gathering any supplies or any information they can about where they're going. They do so, and they hear that the priest that's there in the local chapel has a mule that he's taken care of because of a friend that had passed. He left the mule to the priest. So they go to the priest, and through talking and conversation, realize this is the uncle of the girls. He was the former captain of the guard in Arbuckle, and after he retired, he moved out here to be with or rather, he joined the church in Arbuckle and was sent out here after he retired from being part of the guard. He was, however, forcefully retired by the local nobility in the city of Arbuckle. So they forced him out. He decided to retire into the priesthood and was sent out on mission to the village of Carn. So that turned out to be highly convenient for the party, really. So now the girls are with the uncle. They did some catching up. And the next morning, or rather, before all that ended on that night, a wizard strolled into town in his carriage, drawn by a small mule, and he had a cat with him. This was a fortune teller of a person, and he was able to tell fortunes and such. He is a wizard, as he says outright, and he gives the fortune of the party members at that time. He then tells them of certain events that he foresees, one of which was them having to be in the presence of a cave, or rather, be outside of a cave. This is later revealed to be a certain event that will happen in just a moment. So, after the fortune is read, They all go to sleep at the inn. They wake up the next morning, all's well fine, until a scream is heard outside the inn, or rather outside into the village area. A woman is screaming, having witnessed, or rather is witnessing, someone strolling into town with something in tow. The person that is pulling something into town is simply a man in kind of like a robe and a sun hat, and he has behind him in tow on a rope a dead man walking behind him, a zombie, an animated dead person. With this dead person, he had a massive gash across his chest. As it turns out, this was a man that the two girls were trying to meet over by the river. They were trying to meet him so that this man would guide them to the city of Arbuckle. Turns out, the girls had a lot more of a situation back home than was previously anticipated by the party. So, with this man being shown to have this massive claw or gash mark in his chest, it was discovered that a werebear had done it. The man that had animated this dead person and brought him into town was simply
Um,
trying to. I'm
s-
sorry?
sorry, you said a werebear had done it?
No, not a were. I'm sorry, an owl bear. My apologies.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Good
Thank you for
catch.
catching me on that. Thank you.
I wouldn't have noticed.
An owl bear. Then an owl bear had done it. All right. It is then discovered that an owlbear had done it, and that the man was simply bringing the man in, that the man taking the dead person into town was simply trying to find someone to claim the body and just have them put to rest. The man himself was a Trevin Hallamuk, and this man is a carpenter by trade in the city of Arbuckle. He primarily specializes in toy and puppet making. So he went to the priest and had the body interned. The girls recognized the man and identified him, and then it was discovered that it had been done by a owl bear. The party then goes to the village chief to explain the situation to him, and the village chief pays them, party, to go and explore and find where this werebear is, see if it's a threat to the village,
Oh, bear.
and see if it's within the territory of the village, or rather, if the village is within the territory of the owl bear. So the party is hired to take care of this owl bear. They go to the owlbear's cave after digging up some plant roots that can help them in their fight, and they go to fight the owlbear. The owlbear, the cave that they approach, is in part of one of the descriptions of the fortune teller's fortune. The exterior of the cave matches the description of the fortune precisely. The owlbear's cave is currently being assaulted by a group of goblin hunters. The goblin hunters draw the owlbear out and attempt to fight it. They lose horribly. And then eventually, the party gets in on the fight and eventually defeat this owlbear.
And
The
I
final blow was struck by our very own Crimson Fox, played by the character Sam. And the final blow was Sam putting an arrow through the back of the owlbear's throat, exiting and kind of into the mouth of the owlbear itself. And here is where we leave off our story. The party is just outside of the cave. They have defeated the owlbear and gathered up whatever loot and supplies they can from the goblins. This is where our story begins. Or rather, this is where our session begins. So a lot kind of has happened, but this has been in several sessions over the course of several months. We had a lot of times where we couldn't all join because of various reasons in life. But now we get to play again, and we get to play in front of others this time around. So that's all interesting.
Yep.
So, what does the party wish to do? The party is currently stationed outside of a cave, and in the front mouth of this cave, goblin corpses are littering the front area of this cave. This is where the owlbear was home to. So, what does the party wish to do?
Um, so there's something I would like to do real quick before we go in the cave.
Okay.
I'd like to get a few of the owlbear's feathers.
You certainly may.
Cool. How many can I get?
Roll a nature check for me.
Okay.
See if you can't try and pluck and or skin some of the feathers off of it.
So let's see. That's gonna be down here. So you said nature?
Yes, please.
4.
All right. You're able to get really only one or two of the feathers off of this owl bear.
That's okay. I can deal
For a
with that.
description on this owl bear, it is the overall general shape of a bear, but it has feathers on its back as well as all over its body, and it has the head of an owl with massive talons and a large beak. It primarily sounds like a kind of mix of how a bear and a bird would sound of a squawking roar, for anyone that is curious.
This one in particular is very dead.
Yes, yes, it is.
Very dead.
Okay.
Okay. So are we all good with heading into the cave?
Yep. All right.
Is
So,
Amaga okay?
their Discord is really just messing up right now.
Hmm.
So, here, just a moment. Uno momento, making sure everything is correct here. Right. So you enter into this cave. The cave ceiling is about 15 feet high. There is some stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and overall, the interior of the cave is a little plain. The ground looks a little worn. There's plenty of twigs lying about in the mouth of this cave. You can kind of get a really good, bad smell wafting out of the cave, and it does not smell that great. So, you are now about like 10 feet within the cave, and there's still light around you. However, going further will be dim light, and then much further in, no light at all, or rather, just darkness. So, the party enters in. You can smell the residence, or at least the former residence of the owlbear himself, or herself, you haven't checked. Uh, and essentially, you're in a cave. There's not that much around. There's some stalactites, some stalagmites, but going further in, more and more twigs are on the ground, and you can begin to see that there are scraps of kind of like bone as well as some torn bits of, well, old flesh and leather. And you can see inside that there are some corpses of various animals that have been ripped open and deposited over to the side. It seems that there is a pile of bones and a pile of killed creatures, some of which have yet to be devoured, most of which are consisting of small animals such as rabbits. There are a wolf or two and a coyote, as well as it is a badger in my note. So there is a small pile of animals and their immediate belongings, or former belongings, as it were, of life and limb. But aside from that, none too far away in the dim light, you are able to make out a large nest. This large nest is consisting primarily of tree branches, twigs, bark, and it looks a lot like a bird nest, if anything. There's some dried grass in there as well on the bottom for padding, but sitting inside the center of this nest is a large egg. It is pale, and there are some spots of what look to be teal coloring, and it overall looks like a massive robin egg, almost.
Um so should we take the egg back to the village or should we get rid of it, leave it? What should we do, guys? Guys?
Sorry, how big was the egg?
This egg is mm, about twice the size of a football. It's about 2 feet in diameter, as well as about a foot and a half in height overall. It's a kind of a fat egg.
It's like called me in high school.
All right. So, Sai, what are you up to currently?
Can I check what kind of egg it is?
You certainly may. Roll a nature check for me.
Nat
And
20.
22, so that's a nat 20.
you are very sure that it is an owlbear egg, seeing how an owlbear was previously dwelling in this cave.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's definitely an owlbear egg.
So that raises the question, are we just going to let it stay? Are we going to uh take it back? Are we going to try to cook it up or do something?
I
Because
mean, if we just leave it here, it's just gonna hatch and turn into another owlbear and repeat the situation.
if it survives,
Oh, fair enough.
we don't know if owlbears actually nurture their young or not. So, uh,
Would you like to roll a history check? You did have, or well, you do have a book alongside with you. It was a almanac of creatures that were in the area that the village chief had given you.
so would that be
You can.
history or nature?
That would be. Let's go with nature in that case, because you are actively trying to figure out things about nature, and you do have a book helping you along.
That was an 11.
And that will tell you uh, a small brief history with owlbears is that typically, akin to most bears, they act similar in many aspects. Only in one way do they really resemble birds in any way, shape, or form. But the primary aspects that they resemble in bears are the raising as well as, well, kind of life of werebear or the owlbears. I keep saying that.
Okay.
With the owlbears, oftentimes the male will leave having realized that the process is complete with mating and that a child is on the way, often to depart and either find another mate or to simply be on their own. The female owlbear will raise the young as well as teach it how to be an owlbear, how to kind of survive and all that.
So,
Outside of that, yes,
so if we were to leave it here, it would most likely die.
it would hatch and probably not survive on its own.
Hey, anyone want a new pet? Guys?
Uh, and pray tell, how are we gonna move this?
I mean, it's only a foot by 2 feet. It's not that big.
Oh. You may certainly attempt trying to carry it.
I mean, as long as one of us, the person who carries it, isn't tripping and falling everywhere, it should be fine.
Potentially.
I mean, I guess.
Okay, we're getting a party pet. Nice. Um,
Well, we have a party. We have a party liability for now.
I mean, as long as the goblins don't come in and try to roast it, we're fine. Um,
Aren't they all dead?
no, some of them ran off. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
They were shooting at you. So let's go ahead and head further into the cave and just look around.
Certainly. All right. So as you go further into the cave, you see that it doesn't seem to venture much further than that. There is another area that seems to be filled with refuse from the former residents of the cave.
Mm.
The quite smelly refuse,
Mm.
if any is to imagine. But aside from that, you do see that there are some feathers strewn about, some torn, some broken, and several that are still intact. These are similar or the same as the owlbear feather from before. However, this area looks like to be another resting spot for the owlbears.
Okay. Um, You said that there were a bunch of like wolves and other things that had let's see, wolves and other things and such that were basically being devoured. Does it look like there was anything that I guess how to explain? I want to see if there's anything that seems out of the ordinary, like maybe not its normal food.
You certainly may. Roll perception and then roll nature check for me.
Okay. So perception. Yeah, no. I rolled a 3.
All right. In the light of the cave, it's hard to see what all is where and such. So, with that, you're able to see what's on the exterior of the pile, having not really wanting to touch it that much, because dead things. But uh, it doesn't seem that anything seems to be too out of the ordinary. With that, there is, however, a small section of torn wing. Looks like the owlbear managed to catch a bird.
Um yeah, and then a 14 for nature, but yeah. uh so just
So with that, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary for the food group outside of the odd catch of a bird.
mhm. Um
All right.
so Sai, do you have anything you're wanting to do in here? Maybe check around, see if there's anything I missed.
Can I actually check to see if there's any human remains?
You certainly may. Roll investigation for me then.
16.
You're able to search through the pile and come to a stark realization. You do see humanoid remain. It certainly looks like a human skull.
No.
Aside from that, you don't see much anything else. There does seem to be a rib cage nearby, humanoid as well, but you can't really tell what else is there from that.
Uh, okay.
I just want to look around and see if there was a humanoid. Most likely their possessions would be here too.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
All right, grave robbers.
Well, it's not
Okay,
really a grave if something was eating on them.
fair enough. You certainly may. Roll investigation for me.
Ooh, 22.
All right. Nearby, you are able to see the tattered remains of what used to be arms and some sleeves that were on these arms. You get to see that there are torn bits of pieces in clothing. There is torn leather.
Hmm.
That's a sign. So, with that, nearby, upon further search, you are able to find that there is a backpack with its contents spilled. These primarily look to be a traveler's belongings. You do see that there is a knife, a short sword, and in there as well, you can see a map of the general area. So, with that, you're able to see roads, and also there is, let me roll for this one. You see that there is a collection of 3 silver and at least 8 coppers in the pouch that is inside one of the backpack's interior pouches.
Okay. Um.
Okay.
The mother
So.
load.
Hmm.
The mother load.
uh. Are they just a regular knife and short sword?
Regular knife, regular short sword,
Okay.
for as far as you can tell.
Okay. Well, we're still in technically enemy territory, so I'm gonna grab the bag, put everything in it.
Is
Okay.
there anything in the bag that could identify who the person was?
Um, Roll another investigation for me then.
10.
From what you can find around inside in this lighting, It's a little difficult to reach inside the pack and find what you're looking for specifically. But there is, however, a journal. And inside this journal, upon reading in the dim light, you're able to grasp that this person's name very well could have been an Abigail. Inside the front of the opening, or like in the first page of this journal, you can kind of see a name that's written. It's again the name Abigail, and you can assume that that's the owner or slash owner's name of the inside this journal. Inside, you can see it's like a personal day-to-day journal. The first few entries depict traveling and being tired and walking on the road, and further on, there is talk about a meeting in a certain place.
Hmm.
Would you like to investigate further?
Can we find out what that place was? Just out of curiosity.
You may. Continue reading. All right. So, with that, continuing on reading, there was meant to be a statue that they were meant to visit by. However, in a later entry of the journal, it shows that one of the two didn't show up to the occasion, and the person that was with the that had the journal was the one who showed up. So, upon further search and trying to look in the local area after the person had not been there, they're able to see that who the person was being referred to as missing, it finally displays a name, a Caleb. This Caleb and this uh, person were trying to meet up at a fountain. Turns out they were lovers of sorts. They were able, or rather, they had to meet in secret because they were from two different families, two different locations. They did, however, meet in one place and then eventually wanted to see each other. There is some depictions, and rather in the back of the book, there is a section that has the physical letters in it that they were passing between each other across cities. They were having couriers go between the two cities, it seems. So with that, you can see in some of the letters that there is a depiction of love as well as some saucy details of them writing to each other. But that is stuff I will not go into. But
Thank you.
with that, they were trying to meet up against their family's better wishes. And they decided to meet once again at a statue in the middle of nowhere. Does it sound familiar?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, with that, as you can probably see from other remains, looking further beyond and near the backpack, there is another set of remains,
Oh,
humanoid remains.
the lovers were devoured together.
Oh, I don't think they were devoured together. If one of them showed up to the fountain, but the other one didn't.
Well, it's very possible that one of them was killed by the owl bear, the other went looking.
They got killed by the owlbear.
Yep. So, um, with that being said, we got their stuff, so we can at least return the journal and such to a family.
Quite possibly.
Um, and there's
Well, they might not want it to return to their family if their family didn't approve.
yeah, but what family doesn't want their child knowing to know about their child?
Well, fair.
Um, so with that being said, uh, is I want to do one more check around, see if there's any more bags or shiny things, I guess I could say. It's an
All right.
it's an
Sorry, what was the other name of the journal?
There was a Caleb and there was an Abigail, I believe.
That's what I thought you said.
Yes, in the notes it's Abigail.
mhm. But yeah, I want to see if there's any more shiny things in here because owls, birds sometimes collect shiny things.
Fair enough. Certainly may.
Cool.
All right, roll investigation for me.
Okay, investigation. That's gonna be this one. 12.
you are able to see in the very dim light, in alongside, not inside, but alongside one of the piles, there happens to be a rock that catches the light just right. It's essentially a kind of like a stone that's made of slate, but outside of that, it just is kind of like a shiny rock.
Okay. So that raises. So with that being said, how the flip are we getting this egg back to the getting this egg back to the village, or at least out of here?
Well, we don't have the cart anymore, right?
Not currently with you, no.
No.
And it now is going and belonging to the girls and the priest. So
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So I guess we just have to carry it.
Hmm.
Uh,
Do we want to like put it in one of our sleeping bags to like insulate it, keep it warm type deal?
I'm just reading something.
Okay. Among, do you have any type of thoughts on us now adopting a baby owlbear?
And
unfortunately, they're unable to speak. So please type to us in the Discord.
I thought I had a solution, but it can only move 15 feet.
Was it
What do you mean by that?
Unseen servant. It can fetch things, which means I'm assuming it can carry things.
Yes, it can.
But it says it can only do it, move up to 15 feet. I guess that's
Th-
during combat, though,
That's in
isn't it?
combat. Yes,
So could unseen servant just carry the egg for us then?
I believe there is a weight limit to it.
Uh, I'm looking for that.
How chunky is the egg?
I do not see a weight limit. Um, I don't see any like numbers as far as weight is concerned. I see like the numbers for AC and hit points, strength,
Okay.
and distance, and then the limits of what it can do, like cleaning, mending, fetching things, folding, lighting fires, stuff like that. But I do not actually see anything that limits its weight. Uh,
It says it has a strength of 2.
oh, okay. I guess that would be it then.
Okay. So you certainly may cast that and try to carry that. So you wish to begin to try and exit the cave and then get back to the egg?
I mean, I have a strength of 0, so it's stronger than I am, apparently.
You have a strength? No, you don't have a strength of 0. You have a strength bonus of 0.
Oh. Oh, I have a strength of 11. Duh.
There you go. Because if you were a strength of 0, someone could flick you and you'd go half across a mountain.
Um, are we
But
cool with
currently,
are you cool with me trying the spell on the egg?
of course, it just
Oh,
summons a kind of from what visual description I have personally have been led to believe by this unseen servant, is that you can kind of see the air ripple around, and it's a vague human-esque shape. That the air seems to ripple in certain areas, and that's where the servant is. The servant is able to go about doing tasks as wanted and or needed by the caster and whoever the caster is friends with, provided the caster gave permission to the other person to command this being, this unseen servant.
Yeah, here it
Like-
says the servant can perform simple tasks that a human servant can do. So if a human can carry this, then yeah.
So hold on, I can give other people the ability to also command it.
Provided the construct knows of the command as well. But that is added detail. I don't think that's official.
Oh, okay.
So- Okay, so very first question is if this thing can even lift the egg.
Yes.
It has a strength of 2, so
Is it a strength of 2 or strength plus 2?
it says it
Of 2.
has AC 10, 1 hit point, and a strength of 2.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just tasks that a human servant can do, it can do.
All right. So from where you are currently at, this is all speculation on players at the moment, but Uh, where you're currently at is that you're at the tail end of the cave. It seems to end, and this is where all the remains were and the shiny pieces were, as well as the remains of the Caleb and Abigail.
Mm-hmm.
Also, uh, the egg is closer towards the front of the cave. It's within about like 50, 40 feet in the entrance. You are currently about 80 or so feet in the cave. So you'd wish to return and walk back to the egg to do this?
Yeah, but I do like the idea of wrapping the egg in a sleeping bag,
Okay.
just in case something happens to the servant, because I know that it can die.
Okay. And it only lasts for so long, so.
Yeah, it lasts an hour.
All right.
Well,
So, as you begin to walk back to this nest, roll perception for me at advantage. Any who wants to take it.
sure. At advantage, you. That's always nice.
Advantage is two
You
rolls,
do.
take the higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, ouch. My highest was an 11.
All right. And each individual party member is allowed to make this as well.
Uh,
Ooh.
17.
Well, roll
Okay.
it one more time because you may get a higher one.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially.
Yes.
Yep. All right. So with that, no one else needs to make any rolls. With that, as you begin to walk back to this nest, you're able to see a small section of cave that wasn't readily visible before. As you were walking in, it was on the right-hand side, but it's this kind of cave where it's at this angle where you won't see it if you're walking in one direction, but if you're walking in another direction, it looks to be an entrance to a little side area. It's about 3.5 feet wide and no more than 5 feet tall. It's a little alcove, but you do see that there are some markings alongside this kind of little air quote door or little passageway that leads to the side in this cave.
Okay. Do you tell everyone else about this?
Oh, yes.
Okay. If that's the case, I'm
I'm gonna point at the cave and be like, we didn't see that.
gonna go over and look.
Alrighty.
I actually have a question for your character because I wasn't part of that session.
Mm-hmm.
How far away from the town are we by foot?
By foot, you are approximately, you are within 30 miles. It's hard to get a good distance on this. And
Uh,
for visual reference on that,
What
you
about can I get a
are.
time? Can I get a time traveled scale type
Oh,
thing?
so it only took you like a few hours to walk all the way over here. So if we look to the main screen, this is the regional map that the chieftain gave you, and the map that was taken off of the Caleb corpse depicts very similar iconography, but it focuses more on the road area. And at the moment, this is the cave that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
None too far from the lookover point that a lot of youngins typically visit.
Yeah. Uh. Also, just a quick note: don't drink the water.
What from the fountain?
No, from the river.
Oh, okay. What? Why?
Dead
Hold on.
body water.
All right. So you wish to continue looking into this cave and see if you can go into it and such?
Yes, please.
All right.
Oh, I
So,
do remember that. Okay.
yes, you two were there for that. So going forward, let us tab back to this area. As you go further into this little cave, you can see that it widens up a little bit and the interior becomes cleaner, smoother. You can see that there is a lot less debris and everything seems to be like carved out of stone at this point. There is an area that is rather just kind of smoothed out stone. You can see to your left that there is a door, or rather a stairway that leads up to a door. And as you look up this stair, you're able to see that it's a wooden door. But if you continue to look right, when you're walking in, there is this stairway that goes up to your left. If you continue looking forward, there is this large cavern in front of you. And this brings us to the next page.
Ooh.
You are able to see through a crack, possibly in the ceiling or somewhere, there is light being let into this cavern. You're able to see that there is. Do you see the picture on the screen?
Mm-hmm. I'm
Okay.
trying to zoom.
Okay,
There
so
we go.
you're able to see that this cavern area expands into a larger, more open area. You can see from what you can that there are many stalactites and stalagmites, some of which reach all the way up to the ceiling in these massive columns of stone.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that there are many ripples in these stones. You can see that there are many spikes, many bits and pieces, but all of which seems to be a naturally forming cave.
Cool. So, let's go exploring.
Mhm.
All right, so would you like to explore the staircase going up that is clearly man-made, or would you like to explore the cavern first?
Let's go up.
Uh,
What do you say?
from hold on, from where we're standing, does it look like anything unnatural? Is because we can see the cavern, right?
Yes.
So does it look like there's anything unnatural about the cavern itself at all? Because obviously stairs are, pretty
Unnatural.
constructed.
The cavern
Whereas,
itself looks to be natural from where you're standing.
um, I'd almost say take a look at the cavern first because it's more likely to be safe.
Yeah, but nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Okay.
And besides, the natural area will always be there for the moment, unless we do something to cave it in. The unnatural area, who knows how it's been changed and how much they could continue to change. They could purposely collapse it.
Okay.
So,
I'm good with that then.
okay, yee. Go up the man-made stairs.
Okay. So you're going up the man-made stairs then?
Yee.
All right. So as you go up these stairs, you are met with a wooden door with wrought iron hinges and metal studs that are supporting the door. And there are two sections of iron latch that are going across the door, all for structural support. In the door itself, you can see that the handle to the door is a solid kind of, really kind of like a hook of a door, really. And it's also made of black wrought iron. So with that, there's no true iconography. It is, however, on a stone door frame, but there is this door in front of you.
I want to knock.
You certainly may. How do you wish to knock?
Big old thumps. Bang, bang, bang.
You go ahead and do these loud thumping knocks, and after a few moments, you hear nothing. Nothing stirs, nothing seems to move, nothing that you can hear.
Sai, you okay with me opening this?
No, there was no reply to your knocking? Yeah, sure.
He.
All right, breaking and entering to the charge list. All right, so you wish to open this door.
Mm-hmm.
As you go to open this door, you can see that it doesn't budge when you push. However, when you do push, you feel that the handle is a little loose in one regard. What do you wish to do?
Is there a lock that's visible?
None that is visible.
What about pulling? Does pulling open it?
You may try.
Sure.
You pull on the door,
Mm-hmm.
and once again, the door does not budge, but the handle, as you begin to pull, turns slightly. This hook of an iron door, if you can guess, is rather more like a turn knob versus a push and pull door.
Okay. So turn it and try to get in.
When you turn this lock, you hear that there is a small metal screeching of the small grinding of stone, and it takes a second to turn, and it's a really good hard turn. Roll a strength check for me.
Oh no.
You can slay an owlbear, but can you open a door?
Oh, wow. Natural one.
The door is too mighty.
This old door seems to be rusted in some areas. So, it might take a little strength to open this door. Would anyone else like to give a shot?
I'll try.
Okay. Go ahead. Roll a strength check for me.
Well, that's
And
the
this
wrong
is
thing.
one
That's a saving
really heavy, strong, old rusted door. So this door does not seem to want to budge all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all
He
should
rolled
take
a
a
two
nap. Y'all
for
are
those-
tired from that fight.
Well, that could be a good explanation. So, Mr. Amog, would you like to try? The only party member that is not actually physically present at the moment is our newest member, Sharaka, who is just
Sorry,
currently
Gage,
not
if you
with the
will.
party.
Sorry, I'm not with y'all. I'm just kind of here.
Mm-hmm.
He's here for now.
I'll meet
So-
you eventually.
Mr. Amog, the dwarf, what would you like to do? Is he even there?
I don't know.
Oh, he's typing.
What?
He
What?
says he wants to sleep.
You may lean up against a wall and try and catch a Z.
I think he means in real life, maybe?
I was about to say, is that in or out of game?
Because things will be assumed. Things will be assumed to be in game with this man in particular. He is a weird one.
So what we
Okay.
all do.
It's a nice dark cave, so it's not really hard to close your eyes and be in darkness. It's familiar and homey to a dwarf, really.
Is it possible for the two of us to try and pull it open together?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
And that'll be considered a help action, so it'll be done at advantage.
That's how help actions work?
16.
Yep.
7.
So with that, you are able to finally, with both of your hands turning in at once, you are able to hear it and hear it creak, and then roll perception for me.
19.
You're able to hear the creaking of something metal in there. It does a kind of screech crick of just going tick, 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 tick. And if you had to guess, this thing's spring loaded. You open the door.
Duck!
All right. So you duck, and nothing happens. The iron bar, however, that was protruding out the door does kind of launch out. It like pokes out. It's kind of like one of those door locks where it's the little iron rod that you lift up and turn, and then that locks the door. It's the similar concept, but it's inside the door, and this particular iron rod sticks out about 1 foot out from the interior of the door. This is one solid oak door with reinforcing wrought iron on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So with this, you're able to see that the groove that the iron bar that was originally situated in is a few good feet inward inside the stonework here.
Mm-hmm.
But upon gathering yourself and getting yourself back on your feet, Crimson, you are able to see inside and see that it is what looks to be almost like a cellar. It's an interior wooden cellar. And that will reveal
Mm-hmm.
this area. None of the candles are lit. This is just the best image I could find.
You're fine.
Okay. So, with that, you're able to see that on the inside, you're able to see that there are some barrels hanging alongside the wall, or at least resting on a rack on the wall. And there are also a array of empty bottles strewn about the floor, and there's some broken glass on the floor as well.
This is
Out,
very strange to be in an owl bear's cave.
mm-hmm.
The what?
You okay there?
Yeah.
Well, all due in time, I suppose. All
Oh
right.
dear.
So, when you look inside, you're also able to see that there is a stone fireplace that is currently unlit and has some charred logs in it. Above the fireplace, you're able to see a deer head that is resting on the mantel. Near it is two jars that look to be metallic in nature, but the contents are currently unknown. Outside of that, you're able to see that there are some plaques that are stationed around the wall, each of which with a small oddity that looks like a extremity of a creature of some kind.
Uh, almost looks like a hunter's lodge.
The cellar area, for one, possibly.
You know, I actually want to go check the logs, see if they're still warm or such.
In the
You
fire
may go
pit.
over, yes. At first, you put your hand over the log to see if there's any wafting heat, any heat that could be emanating from it.
Mm-hmm.
They're cold.
Okay, so they're cold, so it's been at least a little bit since they were lit. Um,
The
hmm.
interior of this room area looks to be kind of dusty, and there is a cobweb or two that have grown in size in the corners.
Hmm. Um, is there areas in the back that we can explore into?
Yes, there are many wooden support beams that are in this room, and some are situated near tables, others are sectioned around other furniture. Basically, they've utilized as much space as they could in this cellar area, and the support beams aren't really out of place and in the middle of things. They are just kind of in little areas that are surrounded by goods as well as just like furniture, chests, and other things.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you can look around the room, you're able to see that there is another wooden door that is similar in design, but ultimately you can see some cracks in the door. You can see that it's nowhere near as thick as the door that you just came in through. So, with that, you're able to see that there is a door that possibly leads elsewhere.
Um, let's try going in.
All right. So as you enter through these doors, it is unlocked. There is no locking hatch to it, aside from a hatch that can be applied manually to the door.
Mm-hmm.
With that, you're able to see a spiraling wooden staircase that will reveal this little bit here.
Oh dear. This is getting creepy. Does the spiraling staircase go down or up?
From where you are at the bottom of this staircase, so it goes up.
Let's.
Ooh.
Sigh. I'm getting bad vibes from this.
I mean,
Um,
uh, I think I don't really have a problem with continuing going,
mm-hmm.
but we should probably move a little more cautiously and a little more quietly.
So stealth it?
Probably. I mean, like there's cobwebs in the last that place, and the logs aren't in any way like recently used. So it's probably empty, but
This
And
why
it
it's
is dark.
still yeah. But I'm still weirded out as to why this place is even here, so I kind of don't want to just go barging around.
this is also just creepy as all get out.
Oh, wait, I forgot to add ambience. My bad. I remember that now. Oh, we don't have that bot in here. We don't have the bot. This is a new server. Oh, well.
um. Okay, so let's stealth check it to get up, and we're just sort of leaving, among to sleep.
So,
Or
Among, how are you sleeping? Would you like to lay down on the stairs, just kind of sitting there, or are you just like leaning against the wall, looking like an Italian greaser, just leaning on the alley wall, like with your hands in your pockets and stuff?
Sleep on the roof. What roof?
hold
You've
on.
yet to get to a roof.
I mean, he could go outside and sleep above the cave, but I don't think that's what he means.
Like
Oh.
that.
Oh,
In the ceiling, you mean? All right, you do have on some metal boots, and you are a dwarf, so you are able to certainly try. So, with the cavern, at where you're right next to the cavern area, and you are able to see that the cavern goes really high up. However, there is room on the nearby wall where there is a kind of overcropping inside the cavern area. It leads to like a kind of flattish stone area, and you could potentially try and hook yourself up there. Okay. So with that, are you able to roll me? You're not in the roll 20. See. Okay. So can I have you log into the roll 20? That way we can see your rolls as well as if you're in what is it? The Beyond 20. The D&D Beyond. If you could either be rolling in your character sheet or in in either the character sheet or in the roll 20 page, then we can see your rolls and see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. So, just to give people who just popped in a little background information, Among has decided while the rest of us go and explore this wooden structure in the cavern, he's just gonna sleep in the roof like a bat. Just a reminder to everyone, he's a dwarf.
can I have a clarification on how the metal boots affect this?
Really just like digging your feet in and getting a good foothold
On the roof?
on the ceiling.
He's less likely to fall.
Grippy boots.
Oh dear.
Like for
Okay.
example, cleats you could stab into wherever you're going,
Mm-hmm.
potentially. But it probably won't work. All right, so can Among, as your Discord name is, Husk, what's your character's name again? Let me look in the thing. Okay, so you're not even in the campaign. Okay, no, there it is. You're Inobus Gallus. So, Inobus. Inobus tries to go and attach himself to the ceiling to sleep like a bat. He didn't get the best sleep last night as there wasn't much ale.
Oh dear.
Amogus.
Do I need to roll for you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll for him. I'm going to use my physical dice for this.
Oh dear.
All right.
So.
Well, I'll be fucking damned! Natural 20! I will upload this. I will take a picture and upload this.
Real dice, the shit, my dude.
Yes.
He is so happy about his roof sleep.
Ah, fucking bat.
He ties up his feet and everything. He's hanging upside down. Like a bat.
I mean, if any race is gonna be able to sleep on the roof with metal boots, it's gonna be a dwarf.
Yeah. 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 Who'd have thunk? Outside of like a werebat or just some kind of giant bat. That's how it landed. That is genuine. I am not pulling any strings. That is how it landed. I hate it. That's a pin. Okay.
Man, this is
You know,
nice.
the dumbest things are often the things that work in D&D.
Yes.
They just work, like Tom Holland always says.
Um.
Okay.
That's actually a really nice dice.
Thank you. I
Alright.
got it from a uh, hobby shop that I can never return to because I accidentally said I played 4th edition instead of 5th. The guy looked at me weird, and the guy happens to look like Ben Shapiro. Like, genuinely, he looks like
I-
Ben Shapiro. And
And I
that's not
can
the reason
never
why I can't go
return.
back. It's the verbal fuck up that I did to say, oh, yeah, I only play 4th when I meant to say 5th. And he looked at me weird. He said, oh, we just play 5th here. And now I can never go back.
Yeesh. But
All right. So that happened. He is able to climb his way up and kick his feet into the ceiling and gain purchase. Roll a Constitution check, please. Oh wait, I need to roll for him. Let's see, it'd be another natural 20.
don't.
It's a 3. The blood rushes to your head and you're getting kind of lightheaded. However, your feet are planted into this ceiling.
Yeesh.
All right. So let me make another check for you. All right. That's a 6. You pass out in the ceiling, so you're just kind of hanging there now.
I mean, that's what he wanted anyway.
Well, yeah, it's an alternative route to sleeping on the ceiling, of course. So yeah, that'll be interesting to come back to.
Yeah.
If you want to use him like a pinata, he might burst.
Oh dear.
All right, so back to the mainstay of the party group.
Yeesh.
Oh, okay. So there are these wood. This, I'm not going to get over that for another second. All right. So there's this wooden staircase that goes up. It's kind of a squarish staircase. It's not really rounded or anything like that. It
Mhm.
is a wooden staircase, and the stairs themselves look to be rather worn. Like everything around you is kind of worn and dilapidated for a little bit. It seems unattended to for the longest time.
Okay. Well, we both rolled for stealth.
And I
I
saw
got-
that. You
I
rolled
got-
good.
I rolled like
Bardak did not.
Yeah.
I rolled like trash.
You rolled a natural 1 with a +3. So yeah, it's kind of bad. So Sam, the character, is able to make her way up the stairs, and she knows to place her feet in certain spots so that the stairs are less likely to creak. However, Mr. Vardak over here, our resident bard, Mr. Vardak, he just kind of walks up the stairs and tries to be sneaky, like he has his arms up and like at kind of like chest level, and he's just trying to like distribute his weight. But the moment he steps on anything, it sounds like a car crash of a creak of wood. Like it's like comically every time he places a step, one massive creak of wood, another that just creaks and goes, and just more creaks and creaks and creaks every step he takes up these stairs.
Dear.
All right, let me roll for
Can I
something.
can I add to that? Can I add to that?
You may.
There's also a drum, a lute, and a viol banging around in my backpack.
Oh, you're a one-man walking band. All right, let me roll something on my end. Interesting. All right. So, with that, Crimson, or rather Sam, as her character is nicknamed, is making her way up the stairs, and none too far behind is Vardak, who is currently making all the noise in the world going up these stairs. So, with that, Crimson, what you are brought to see is the upper level of this wooden staircase that brings you into this seemingly lounge area. This lounge area has many tables that are upturned, a lot of cobwebs up on the ceiling and kind of corners of the room. There are, uh, the room itself is about 10, 15 feetish tall, and there is some chandeliers made of wrought iron that are hanging from the ceiling. These are very simple chandeliers. They are rounded with some candle platforms on them,
Mhm.
and not much in the way of detail or anything else on that. There is the rafters that seem to be old wood and cobwebs along the ceiling. It is dimly lit. There are some cloths that are covering the windows, and it's leaving for some dim light that you're able to see in here mostly regularly, but it is dim light. The curtains
Windows?
themselves, yes, there are windows, and you can see outside light coming in, but there are large curtains that are covering these windows.
I
So
want. Hmm?
with also with the description of the room, there is also more and more of these animal extremities placed on these plaques and such, a few of which you don't recognize. But aside from that, there is another massive fireplace, and this one is large. It's about 10 feet wide, about 5 feet in, and if you had to guess, it's in the same positioning that the fireplace from below was as well. It's in the same column area.
Um. So, do these look like the extremities are being positioned in a specific way, or
You do not recognize what these bits and pieces are to begin with.
Hold on. Are they? Sorry. Are the pieces on plaques or are they just like on the tables?
On plaques, yes, on plaques on the walls. The tables are primarily overturned with chairs
So,
scattered around.
so there's unrecognizable animal pieces trophied.
Some of which you can get the general gist of what the piece is, but you don't know what it belongs to. You see that there are some tusks, you see hooves, you also see the head of a deer. But this deer looks to be the same one that was from downstairs. But upon a closer inspection, it doesn't, it's not a deer. It has two sets of eyes. The teeth are sharpened and drooping. There is a set of large, two kind of like tusk like teeth that are on the bottom. And this deer is not a normal deer.
mm-mm. That is. Ugh.
Sharp teeth, two sets of eyes. The horns themselves are rather crooked and jagged, not really in any pattern akin to normal deer, but they resemble thorns almost, like vines and thorns. Vaguely, that is. But there is also a set of kind of tusks that kind of protrude from the jaw of this beastie. And this deer head is also planted above the fireplace. The one downstairs was a lot smaller.
This is just really weird.
Um, can I go and pull back one of these heavy curtains and see where these windows are?
You certainly may. All right, so as you pull back this curtain, you unsettle a lot of dust pulling these curtains back that are drooping from the ceiling and just really situated heavy curtain around these windows. As you pull the curtain, a lot of dust falls from said curtain and it kind of covers you a little bit, but you dodge the worst of it. And now roll a con save.
Okay. A con save?
Yes.
Mm.
19.
All right. You're able to keep a sneeze that you feel building up from the dust falling on you and up in your nose and all that. You feel a sneeze, but you're able to suppress it. And outside of that, you're able to see in the exterior that there is outside woods. However, you're able to get a slight indication that you're a little higher up than you were entering in the cave from before. Like you can kind of see past the trees a little bit that it looks like the terrain is non-existent and you can see the distance.
Like
Okay.
we can't see the ground?
You can't really see the ground from where you're at outside of like 50 feet, and then there's no ground.
So just a drop or.
Just a drop, possibly.
Yeesh.
That's the best view you can really see from the window.
I mean, it's probably just a mountain cliff face.
Yeah.
Actually, how steep is it outside of the window?
From like the window to the ground.
Would you say that there's like a 50 feet of visibility, right? How steep is that 50 feet?
You mean like the cliff face potentially? Like how steep would that be? Or are you saying like where the window is, how much room is there from the window to the ground?
Like, is there anywhere like you could step outside of the window without just falling off?
Yes, the window is only like 5 feet high. It's like chest level almost.
No, 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 but I mean like outside of
Yeah,
the window. Is
outside
it a
it's chest
drop?
level, and then it's ground level outside as well. So there's only like
Uh,
a 5 foot drop from the window to the ground. But the
I
window
mean,
itself is a solid pane of glass, or rather, a
oh,
solid set of panes of glass.
okay.
Hmm.
And that's just this one window. So, what would you like to be doing, Crimson? Or, sorry, Sam, in this situation?
I would like to basically just look around more, see if there's anything else showing who or what lived here previously.
All right. You have arrived at the top of the wooden staircase, and that was kind of like in the back corner of this room. You're able to see that there is a large door at the other opposite end of the hall that you're in, that's kind of like a large double door. It's about 10 feet tall in total. It almost reaches the ceiling, but it does not. And one of the doors actually has like a regular person door in it. The big door, however, is just a really big door. And there's a regular person door that is situated in the right door, uh, well, right door panel, I should say. And around you, you see all the tables and chairs that are strewn about. Uh, However, when you look back in the direction of the wooden staircase, you are able to see that there is a set of doors that lead either further in, and there's also another staircase that leads up. So there is a staircase that zigzags that's on the right side of this hall, like on this back wall hall on the left side was the spiral staircase leading up to this area. On the back of this wall, you see two other doors, and then on the far right side, you see a staircase that goes up to the right, has a little flat area, and then goes up to the left that leads to a balcony area that leads up to more towards the roof ceiling area.
I'm gonna go up the one that leads to the balcony roof ceiling area.
Okay. So you go up these stairs and you can hear the wood creak as you go up. On this flat area, you are able to see that there is a chair and a little nightstand sitting next to it, with with old ruined books that are laying on this nightstand. Uh, if you continue to go up the stairs, you can hear more of the wood creaking as you go up, and you can see as on the right, as you're going up in this wooden wall area, you're able to see little alcoves of like shelves and other things, and there are bits and pieces of oddities and other things that you don't quite recognize, but some of which are books. You see some odd knickknacks that are in the walls, and you also see some small wood carving animals that are kind of stationed around like little play dolls in one of these little shelves. So as you go up, you're able to see that this balcony uh, overlooks the main area of the hall. This area is risen above at about 20 feet, while the main hall area has the rafters situated at about 10 feet up, but then there is additional like 15 feet of space. I don't think I mentioned that properly
Mm-hmm.
earlier. So 10 feet up, rafters, 15 feet up, go to a hall. So with that, this top of the stairs goes up to about 20 feet, and there is about another 10 feet approximately from the upper balcony area to the ceiling. So, with that, you are able to see that there is a desk that is situated at the far end of the wall. And on the desk, you're able to see that there are uh, books, there are scrolls, and there is also a jar. Something's floating inside it.
Don't really want to look at the jar right now, but let's look at the books and the scrolls very, very carefully.
Okay.
Because if
So, do
everything.
you want to
Mhm.
view the ones that are on the desk?
Yes.
Okay. There is also bookshelves over to the left area. And there is also one bed, one single person bed that's over there with a night
Is there
on the left side.
is there anyone in the bed?
The bed is empty and unmade.
Okay.
How rude. So, with that, uh, let's put a pin in that real quick. Mr. Vardak, what are you up to?
Can I look around to see if there's anything that might identify what, where, or why this exists or what it is?
Um, you see that there are plaques along the walls, but over by the curtains, you are able to see that there is kind of like additional cloth that is on the ground. And there seems to be a kind of clean-ish spot on the wall that is situated above where this cloth is on the ground.
Okay.
Um, can I
Would
go
you like
inside
to
right?
look at this
Yeah,
cloth?
yeah, I'm gonna go check the cloth.
As you kind of pick up the cloth, you can kind of see that this is meant to be some kind of coat of arms that is on this cloth. You then lay it out and to get a better view of it, and it looks like there is a deer head that is on this uh, kind of tabard or large sheet of coat of arms. This, uh, the iconography that is stated is a deer head, and there are two wolves that look to be on either side of this deer head, fangs barred, and are trying to grab at the neck of this deer. The deer itself is a normal deer, nothing resembling of that monstrosity you saw earlier. So it's with that, and there is also arrows going above the heads of these wolves towards the deer in this iconography. Around it, there is this kind of, it resembles a series of roots, some with thorns, some without, that is going around this image as one coat of arms. From what you can tell, uh, there was some hunting involved with this coat of arms. That's the most you can grasp offhand. But if you want to roll history, you certainly may to try and
Uh,
see if you recognize this.
yeah, I'll do that.
Roll a
11.
history check for me.
I got 11.
All right. You don't immediately recognize what this iconography is. From all your experience, you don't know what this is all about. All right. So, is there anything else you wish to do?
Um, not currently.
Okay. So with that, let's tab back over to Sam. Uh, so with Sam, did you want to inspect the stuff that's on the desk or the bookshelf itself?
The desk.
With the desk, you are able to see that there is a piece of paper strewn on the table, and with that, there is a quill as well as an inkwell nearby, and the uh, excuse me, with the quill, it is laid across the kind of opening of the inkwell. It's not inside the inkwell. It's like laid across, like the tip is out hanging over the paper. You can see an ink stain that is on the paper from where the tip of the quill is directly above. So you can assume that someone left it there and it dripped. But with that, you're able to see the paper. It has similar iconography to what was labeled as before on that tapestry, and it has again the deer head, the two wolves, and the two arrows that were above each respective wolf in that iconography.
May
So
I roll history?
you certainly may.
14?
You vaguely recognize imagery, but the only thing you can really recognize it from, it was on a pendant that on a person you've met in your past.
Hmm.
For out of character moment, all that. This pendant was the pendant that you recognize is the same pendant that a former player of ours, sadly, they are not able to join us because their life got busy and they're no longer to readily play with us. That is the same pendant that they wore. It has the same the iconography of this coat of arms is the same as the pendant that that player or person wore.
Hmm. Okay.
So you vaguely recognize it, but you cannot place it. Your character doesn't remember this
We're
because
talking about.
they are at the moment officially removed from the campaign itself. But you just something on the tip of your tongue tells you you recognize it. But that was just the out of character explanation as to what that was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um. Hmm. I'm going to take some of these papers, roll them up, and put them in the backpack.
Would you like to read them before doing so?
A little bit, yes.
All right. So the paper that was strewn about, that with the iconography at the top as a kind of stamped seal, it reads as it. From what you can read, it does say that essentially it reads as follows: We are to abandon this outpost and go to the main chapters. We need to take everything that we can, load it onto carts, and move on. If nothing else is able to fit on the cart, stash away. Be safe and hunt well.
Okay, so this was probably a hunters association of some sort.
Quite possibly.
Um, I'm going to take that and roll it up. And quick question, looking outside, do I see Husk's character just hanging from the ceiling?
You are currently outside in the open air. You are outside and just outside in nature. That's where the exterior of the cabin is. He is hanging from the interior of the cavern below.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
So we are about to break our hour and a half time in. Does anyone else want to take a 5 minute break or anything like that?
I'm
Or are
cool
we
with
good to
that.
keep going?
I'm cool either way.
I'm good to keep going.
And you, Husk, how are you up to? Or a Moog?
Mhm.
Sus. Okay. That's descriptive. So let's take a 5 minute break to get water and other things, and we can reconvene in just a moment.
Okay.
All
Um,
right.
so
So, people that are in the stream, how are y'all enjoying your stay so far?
as of right now, it looks like we only have one person in the stream. We had gone up to 10,
Okay.
but the average watch time so far is 5 minutes.
Neat.
So that's
I'm going to step away for a few seconds then.
okay.
All right. And I'll be right back myself as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss
Okay.
Thirsty Boy.
Hmm. So, how are you enjoying it so far, Shakira?
Shakira. It's good. I'm less intimidated than I was before. I think I'll actually add something to the campaign. That's good.
Cool.
I won't just be an anchor.
Well, I'm glad that you feel that way. Hopefully, you will be able to have some fun and such. Um,
I'm gonna bring the expectations up and then dig a hole and bury the bar.
oh dear. Um,
Unless you all get TPK'd before I meet you.
I mean, it's possible knowing this group. As you've seen, we have some weird things that happen, whether it's flippin' Husk deciding to randomly throw himself into the ceiling. Or we've had it where just randomly something will pop up.
Gotta keep life interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the other thing is, so I'm gonna mention a couple things.
Mhm.
We did have our GM mention a little bit ago about fortunes given to the characters. Now, these fortunes will probably come into play later on. I do have them written down.
To know about it?
Huh?
Am I allowed to know about it?
Once you join the group.
Okay.
Once you join the group, I will DM it to you, or we can talk about it outside of the stream. I sort of want it to be a surprise for the people who watch, if they watch.
Lynch?
So,
Sounds like a plan.
but yeah. So for the moment, we are really just sitting down and talking until everyone else gets back. Hi Ketchup. Hi Comfy Box. Hi Foxtails. Hi Daphne. Hi Crimson. Ravenshade Fox. Hi Verena. Hi Joseph. Hi Tabby. I'm just going through and saying hi to everyone who's commented, even if they're not here anymore. So yeah. Just hope people are enjoying. That's about it.
What do you prefer, virtual or real dice?
It depends. When you get further into the campaign, like level 15 and above, honestly, I prefer virtual just because at that point, dice-wise,
You're rolling a lot of dice.
yeah, especially if you're a rogue and sneak attack, you're doing a minimum of 5d6 plus whatever your weapon die is. Well, sorry. If you're at level 15, you should be doing about 7d6 plus the weapon die. And that can get to be a lot of dice, especially when you crit. So, makes it easier to do it online. Lower levels, though, in person's a lot more fun.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. So, so I see your character's name is Zargish,
Yep.
and you're a turtle.
A turtle, yep.
Turtle. So, like a mutant ninja turtle?
Almost. Master Uguay.
Master
A
Igwe.
monk turtle. Yeah.
Why
Kung
do
Fu
I
Panda.
recognize that name?
Kung Fu Panda. It's the turtle in Kung Fu Panda.
Oh dear, that turtle. Okay.
I'm not trying to slide into any, cliches, but it's kind of what it is.
Hi Omar. And of course she put Among Us. Or Among Us. So Among. No,
It's
no.
Amogus.
Oh dear. Among. Inobus Galgus Among Us. Really? Oh dear. Half the time I have to wonder about you, Husk. I really, really do. I'm not being sus. This probably seems like an insane conversation to some people.
A great many, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this is just typical of Husk. Um. Oh dear. He's. I. I can't understand nor explain Husk.
Eating a tomato.
He's. What? I don't know.
Inside jokes, perhaps.
Maybe? Oh dear. So, is there anything you're looking forward specifically to in this campaign?
Nothing in particular, just the general D&D, going out with an adventure, doing things, and facing the consequences of my actions.
Yeah, there may be a lot of consequences.
Pressing the DM, the good stuff.
Messing with the DM's always fun, especially when they're your friends.
He's actually my blood relative.
Oh, cool. So even
I have
more
the
fun.
misfortune of being related to him. Exceptionally.
Even more fun.
If I'm the first to die, just know he had it out for me.
As is typical with siblings. As is very typical with siblings. So, I'm not sure how much longer we're gonna go. We're probably gonna go a couple more hours.
Hello. Sorry, my
Hello
apologies.
again.
Welcome back.
Greetings and salutations.
So, are we ready to start back up?
I think I am. Okay. So, at
Don't
the
get TPK'd
moment,
before I meet you.
interesting. Possibly. I don't know yet. All right. So, where you are currently at, you are, Crimson is in the top of the kind of bookshelf area. Sadly, I don't have any visual representation for this area, but Crimson is in an upper balcony area that seems to be the personal study of someone that used to be here. And aside from that, Vardak is currently down in the main hall area and is currently just inspecting a tapestry. Husk's character of I'm not going to remember his name of Inobus is currently trying to impersonate a bat in a cavern down below. And at the moment, our Shiraka or Zargish is yet to be introduced. So that'll be in the nearest future, most likely.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that, let's start back up with Vardak. What are you doing?
So this place has been abandoned, you said, right?
Yes, so says the thing from above, but you've yet to know that. But it
Oh,
looks like it.
I guess I'm just gonna go and catch up with Crimson or Sam.
Okay.
Okay.
And there
Uh,
is still the two doors that are to the left of the bookcase that goes up to where Crimson is.
oh, actually, can I go open Can I open that door?
You can open the left or the right door.
Left.
All right, with the left door, you go in and you're able to see what looks to be a supply room slash kitchen, and with another door that leads elsewhere, further into the hall, or further into the building, rather.
Is there? Can I do like a check to see what the state of the room is? Whether it's, I'm assuming that most of the stuff has been like evacuated when the people evacuated.
Primarily, yes. So investigation, just look around. There's no need for a check here.
Okay.
So with looking around, you are able to see, like digging through some of the cupboards, There's a lot of nothing in most of these cupboards. There is the odd crumb. You see some rat droppings here and there in some of the cupboards. There is a set of cupboards that are above, and there's also a counter area with cupboards below. There is one spot that looks to be like a kind of butcher spot where they would like have a cutting board and cut things open. And there is also a kind of like a tub. If it looks like a kind of tub where you would kind of like drain the blood out of something. So with that, this appears to be some kind of kitchen from anything else. There are a few jars that are left open and are on like the counter and such. They're kind of like just pots, like clay pots, but they can be used as jars. And with all of that, there doesn't seem to be much else in the room aside from some old cooking utensils that are really rusted at this point. And other than that, not too much is in here aside from cobwebs and dust.
You said there was another door.
There is another door in the back right area.
I
So would you like to go through there?
Yeah, I guess I'll just proceed.
All right. In here, it looks to be a dry storage of goods, what which used to be foods, and there's the chest that is in the back.
Um, I guess I'll go and see if the chest is locked.
Certainly may. You go up to it and you try to open it, and it opens seamlessly. Inside the chest, there is a sack that is filled with some old grain. You can smell it, and you can tell just by the smell it is quite stale. Basically, sand at this point. So, outside of
I'm
that,
gonna leave
there's
that
nothing
there.
else of any import in this room. There are some hooks that would have hanged meat, other produce, and there are some kind of like hooks and handles that are hanging from the ceiling and such. But other than that, it doesn't seem there's anything else in this room in particular.
I'm just gonna head back then.
All right, and there is another door. As you enter back into the uh, hall, there is the door that was on the right.
Um, I guess I'll go through there.
Okay. You enter in through this door, and the door creaks as it opens. When you look inside, there is a series or set of beds that are all set about 4 feet away from each other, all of which are singular beds, each of which with a chest in front of it, or at the foot of the bed, rather. There is 4 beds on the left side, 4 beds on the right side, and there seems to be a weapons rack that is in the back center between each half of this room. It's kind of hanging on the wall, and you can see that all of the shelves and slots are empty.
Um, can I check the nearest chest? You said they're at the feet of the bed.
Yes,
Can
uh,
I check the nearest one?
you can look inside and see that there is a set of simple clothes, and not much else is in there. Would you like to roll for investigation?
Yeah,
All right. You rummage through, and
13.
13. You're able to rummage through and you're kind of able to feel around. Nothing really seems to be left in any of the pockets. And going through each of these chests, you can see that there's similar things normal clothes, some belts, some other things. But other than that, you do find the odd dagger that's left in one of these uh, chests inside, like the pocket of one of these sets of clothes. Other than that, there's not much else to be found in these personalized chests. There is some iconography on the inside of each of these chests in the lid that resembles the same what was it? Coat of arms from before.
How many daggers were there?
Only the one in one of the chests.
Can I take that?
You certainly may.
Okay.
Still sturdy, still strong. Looks like it can cut. All right. So outside of that, there is another door similar in fashion to the other room. There is another door in the back corner this time.
Can I take
Sorry.
this chance to come down and join up with him?
You certainly may.
Cool.
And as you begin to leave the desk, you can see that something in the jar moves. There's a thing floating in this jar, and the jar itself, the liquid inside, is really cloudy. But you can see, as you turn, something in this jar moves.
It moved. Oh, I guess I need to investigate the jar.
Do you want to?
Not particularly, but if it's basically being used to spy on anyone who comes here, I need to know.
All right. So you go up to this jar, and from from the outside, you don't really see much is in it. It's really cloudy, but you do see a very vague outline of a shape. It's something you do not recognize, but do you want to get close to and investigate it?
Sure. 20 on an investigation.
So you go up and lean over this desk to get a better look at this creature thing. It moved earlier, but as you get close, it immediately slams against the edge of the jar, trying to kind of like gnaw at you, but it is stopped by the edge of this glass. And on the inside, it kind of looks like a rounded thing of just flesh, and there is a set of eyes that are inside it. You see that the mouth, or what could be considered a mouth of an opening, uh, is simply just teeth all around inside of it. And it's this kind of like tentacled object. There's multiple mouths, but you do see one set of eyes.
That is creepy beyond all compare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like this place. I'm gonna go find my friend. Or
Okay.
compatriot.
All right then. So you, being thoroughly creeped out by this little monstrosity in a jar, you decide to go back down the stairs, post haste, but composedly at least, and go down the stairs and try to find Vardak. You do hear him rummaging around in one of the rooms. You go into that room in particular. So you're just behind him. You meet up. Now, what do you both wish to do? There is another door that is yet to be opened that leads into another area.
Um, so Bardak? So couple things. One, found out this place is fully on abandoned. Got documentation saying that they had to abandon it. Two,
Say who they were.
uh, no, but it has to do with this symbol. Two, um, found basically an observation deck slash bedroom slash office. Three, there's something alive up there in a jar, and it's creepy as all get out, and who knows how long it's been in there.
Party pet?
Huh?
Another party pet?
Considering it tried to attack me the moment it saw me, probably not. And I don't know if we let it out of that jar if it's gonna get bigger, and I prefer not to have to kill it.
Is it safe to just leave it here?
I mean, it's been here for however long this place has been abandoned, and it's still alive.
Ooh. Was there any indication of like time frame from when that letter you found was to now?
Let's check the date. Let's check and see if it's stated.
As you open up the document, you don't see anything that relates to date. You do, however, see only a month, but not a year. Not no specific date. It does say that it was in essentially the equivalent of October at one point, but no date other than that, other than the month.
Okay, so what month would we be in right now?
It has just become spring, so I would say you are within the realm of January, February, March, April, somewhere between March and April.
How much dust is there?
There is a good amount of dust.
So,
I almost want to say it's not this same year.
well, that's 6 months minimum. So half a year.
I mean,
So it's either.
that's still not all that much dust.
Eh. So either way, though, that thing has survived a minimum of half a year being left on its own, if not 2 or 3 years. I think it'll be fine if we leave it by itself again. Or we can always just get try to get rid of it.
I was thinking more of like using it as a weapon.
Throw it off a cliff.
Throw it at someone.
I mean, if you want to get that bottle or that jar and you want to keep track of it, sure, just keep it away from me.
You know, we're already taking our chances with the owlbear egg, so I'm completely fine with going and grabbing the jar.
And at the moment, you have yet to actually have the egg. Y'all
No,
went down
I
this
know
path
that.
to see it, to
Yeah.
go up here.
Well, with everything we're climbing over, I'm sort of glad we left the egg in the nest. I'd rather not break it. But yeah,
Can I quickly run out of the room, go and grab the creature, and then come back?
You certainly may. But as you grab it, when you grab the jar, it again tries to lunge at you, and you can see its mouth and all the other extremities that are on it, and it's quite a disgusting little creature. You see one set of eyes, a multitude of mouths, teeth, and other sections of bone that are sticking out from it. And it again tries to just kind of like gnaw at you, but it's again stopped by the force of the glass.
Okay. Can I just backpack that?
You may. So add in your inventory 1 jar of monster.
How do I do that?
Go to your character screen or character sheet and go to the inventory. So go to inventory, and then there is the manage inventory in the upper right section.
Yeah.
You can click on the add items, and you can do add custom item.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the custom? Oh, other gear?
Other gear, yes. So manage inventory. Um,
I don't see a custom one. It just gives me a list of various
You go to
items.
backpack, right?
it's been a while since I've done this myself. Add item,
Oh.
equipment, chest, backpack.
Oh, I found one that says add custom item.
Okay, yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, I got it. Jar of monster.
Yeah, it's under equipment, I think. Add custom item.
Oh yeah, equipment. Add equipment. Right now. Other possessions, and then wait.
I had it there.
It's
I'm
just
sorry.
equipment.
It's been a good while for me as well. Extras, manage extras, add an extra.
I had it and then it disappeared.
It's been a hot minute for me as well, trying to manage
Um,
adding other things in inventories.
I can keep fiddling around with it if you want to continue going.
Let's continue going. That way we can at least try to add in.
I can just have that in like here. You know, I'm just gonna have that on paper.
Fair enough.
that
And
works.
we can just have that going later on.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. Take your time.
Okay. So, with that, you now have this jar of just something that is inside your backpack.
You said I had
And
a lot of teeth, right?
It had a lot of teeth, a lot of bone extremities poking out of it, and one set of eyes. And there's one main mouth, but there's multiple other mouths, if you could call it that.
I'm gonna come up with a name for it.
Um.
I'm gonna call you Squishy.
Oh dear. So I'm gonna go into the one room we haven't checked yet.
I'm gonna head back over to where Crimson is. Yeah.
So yeah, you are now both together going into this one spare room, and you are able to see inside this room, it's a storage room. Unlike the storage room from before that had food and stuffs in it, this looks akin to like an equipment area. Some might compare it to an armory of sorts. What you are able to find rummaging around is there is a desk with little bits and baubles on it. There is other weapon racks, and there is also one chest in the back of the room. On the weapon racks, you are able to find two spears, one halberd, and one mace.
Hmm.
On the table, you are able to find what looks to be a kind of ring or dog collar of sort. Or, I'm sorry, not a ring, a wristband or dog collar of some kind.
Hmm.
And in the chest, if you go to open it, you see inside there is two potions of lesser healing, and there is also a scroll. However, you do not recognize or know what this scroll is.
Um. I, if you're okay with it, Sai, I'm going to grab those potions and scroll.
Yeah, that's fine.
So 2 potions of lesser healing, a scroll, and then we get. I want to grab that wristband or collar or whatever it is.
Certainly may. And would you like to inspect this wristband?
Yes, please.
This wristband looks akin to a dog collar, if there ever was one. And with this, would you like to roll an Arcana check for me, please?
Arcana. Oh dear.
You don't recognize this item.
Hmm.
However, you do feel that there is something about it.
Okay.
Something about it that's magical, you mean?
Yes, possibly. All
Mm.
right. So if y'all want any weapons, there is the two spears, the mace, and the halberd. The halberd has reach on it. The spears are normal spears, and the mace is what appears to be a normal mace.
I think I'm good.
Did you say
Okay.
there was a halberd?
Yes, there is.
Can I grab that?
You may.
Okay.
So add one halberd to your inventory
Yep.
and roll perception check. Whoever one of you.
Mm. Yeah, you got better perception.
I got 22.
All right. You're able to see from your angle as you go up to grab the halberd. You kind of look around a little bit and you see that there is actually something alongside or kind of sort of behind the chest. It's leaning out from behind the chest a little bit.
Can I grab it and see if I can pull it out?
You certainly may. When you go over to grab it, you recognize it as what looks to be a quiver. And then you also see, as you pull it out, you can hear, more so than see, the arrows that fall out of it. And you also hear something shift from behind.
Can I continue to grab the things that were moving and falling? I have a feeling I know
Yes,
what
you
they are.
pick up the arrows, and as you go to pick them up, you also see that there is a bow behind the chest.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab all of it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, with this bow, it is a +1 short bow. So with that, you do also have an additional 8 arrows.
Cool.
Okay. So now, that appears to be everything in this room.
Actually, Crimson, what is your class again?
You don't know.
Oh yeah,
Weapons do you have?
that's right.
Weapons that y'all have seen me use. Let's see. Um,
Saw the short bow,
saw the short bow.
some
Y'all have,
daggers.
I've used daggers. I have a rapier, and y'all have seen me use some magic.
I am going to offer you the +1 bow and the arrows.
What type of bow is this? Is this a long bow, short bow?
Short bow
Okay. Then
is a short bow.
okay, I'll take it.
So I already have enough range weaponry with the boomerangs.
Oh, yeah. All right. So to describe this bow has the same iconography on the back end of the handle. It is the same iconography as that coat of arms of the deer and the two wolves and the arrows and the thorns around it. Around this grip area, it is a fine leather that is a little studded for extra grip. You also see that there is kind of like an engraving going up and down the shaft of the bow that appears to be akin to vines and thorns.
Okay. So we got that. Um, I don't know if there's anything else. Is there anything else you can think of that we need to do over here?
Uh, we've hit a dead end, right?
Yes, officially, you've hit the end of what this area would have been. You could further explore the upper study area. Outside of that, you do have a dwarf that's currently becoming a dwarven pinata underground.
Hmm.
And then we also have the cavern that we haven't been in.
Correct. And there is the exterior of the building that you're, but you've yet to go and see.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
Um,
So,
was there anything more worth looking at in the room you were in before Crimson?
um there was a bookshelf, but honestly, I want to get out of here and start looking at the cavern as soon as possible because we know this place is creepy. We know it's been abandoned. Let's
Right.
just
Yeah,
go.
that's fair. That's fair enough. I'm good with that.
okay.
So,
So, you begin to go down the stairs, and you hear the creaking of the wood and all that, and nothing seems to be disturbed by you leaving down the stairs.
mhm.
You then find yourself once again back in the cellar and down the stairs. Do you wish to leave the door open? Behind you, I mean.
let's close it.
Yeah.
All right. So, with both of you learning from last time, you both turn the door handle as hard as you can, and you hear the spring once again cocking back. You push it in and let go, and you can hear as you let go the spring uh, kind of like twangs, and you can hear rather than see the iron bar shoot back into the stone and plant itself into the stone.
Dude.
All right.
Okay. Um so with that, let's go ahead and go find the dwarf wherever he's wandered off to this time,
Okay.
and then explore the cavern.
All right. You certainly may.
But yeah, so
Okay. So, for first things first, what do you wish to do? Do you wish to find the dwarf or simply explore?
let's find the dwarf because he's been by himself for a while. He may or may not have gotten himself into trouble again.
All right. So, let's first roll for perception for me.
Oh dear.
You are currently in a dim light setting, and he's currently passed out.
Okay.
All right, so that was a 17
Mm-hmm.
at one moment. Excuse me. So from what you are able to hear, rather than anything, you are able to hear water drip and a little bit of a trickle somewhere in the cavern. But
Mm-hmm.
aside from that, you are able to hear the kind of snoring groan of something nearby.
I go looking for the snoring groan, because that's probably our dwarf, knowing him.
All right? So you go to your right and follow the sound of that snoring and groaning, and you see a kind of 4 foot tall person hanging from the ceiling. His leg is a little twisted from what it should be, but you do see him. He is red in the face, upside down, situated inside of this cavern. And you can see that there's some drool hanging, kind of dripping from his mouth. And he is red in the face. This red haired, kind of lightly bearded dwarf is kind of just snoozing as well as just dripping drool everywhere beneath him. So, what do you want to do?
Uh, hey, Sai.
Mm-hmm.
How bad of a party member would I be if I shot where his feet are to loosen him and get him down here?
With an
Bow and
arrow?
arrow.
Hmm?
I mean, what is he? Isn't he essentially wearing safety shoes?
I mean, it looks like his feet are planted inside the stone, so maybe crack the stone open and get him down here.
I mean, he's a dwarf. I'm pretty sure he can take it.
That's what I was thinking. How far up is he again?
He is about 10 to 15 feet off the ground. A halberd could poke the halberd if you reach with it. You could poke his feet.
Okay.
You
You
want
could if you wanted to.
you want to use the halberd, or do you want me to shoot it with a bow and arrow?
It might be a better idea to use the halberd because then we don't risk accidentally hitting him elsewhere.
Natural one. Natural one. Natural one.
I mean, do we want to take the chance or no?
I mean, it's just a matter of do we or do we not? Because he's just sort of hanging there and he decided to go off on his own without informing anyone. I mean, how often does he do this again?
It's always one weird thing after the other.
Yeah. So maybe try the halberd, and if it doesn't work, we'll try the bow and arrow.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna stand and make sure that if he falls, he doesn't fall on the halberd and try to break the rocks around his feet.
Okay.
Okay.
So, with that, you begin to poke at the halberd after kind of clearing the landing zone for the most part, which is primarily covered in drool. So, if anything, he's going to land in a puddle. So, with that, you're able to take a poke at his feet. Please roll to hit.
6.
That was the damage, or was that
That
to
was
hit?
That was
the-
damage.
Wait, was it?
Gotta
Oh,
roll a
that's,
d20.
that's the hit, and then there is the roll damage to click.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Okay.
it was a 6 to hit.
All right. So, you, as you try to reach and poke up with that, you poke through the rock, but you also poke through the rock and poke through a toe. So there's that.
Ouch.
So the dwarf is now wide awake. He's going "Rrr," and is going like and is kind of just grumbling something in dwarvish, but he has a mouth full of drool and his face is so red and filled with blood that nothing really comes out intelligently.
Um,
So at this point, he's just kind of gibbering and mouthing, going like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And yeah,
so Husk, what's your are you even conscious of what
Screaming.
he's screaming? Okay, so that raises the question, should I just try the bow and arrow since the halberd didn't work?
well, you only poked once, and you poked through a foot, so he still has the halberd in the foot.
So he's awake. Can he get down on his own now? Or we're just gonna keep attacking his feet.
I mean,
Yeah, I had a feeling he'd say that.
Well, he can't get down on his own.
No, he probably can, but he doesn't want to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
um,
Yeah, try the bow.
first pull out the halberd.
Wait, is it still stuck in his foot? Oh,
Still stuck in his foot. You've yet to remove
okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove the help.
So as you try to remove the halberd, it's kind of stuck a little bit, and you twist it, and with that little twist to kind of like get it to nudge out, you can see
is
the
it so?
expression on Husk's face change from pain to pain on his face, and he is kind of like screaming, but nothing comes out. It's that kind of pain where it takes the wind out of you, and you're thoroughly just rubbing salt in the wound, as it were. Almost literally, it might be if the mineral composition in the wall is correct. But aside from that, you twist, you pull, and you're able to pull out the halberd, and some pebbles come out along with it. So the stone has now cracked some.
But he's still firmly up there.
He's up there still.
Okay, since you're
Albert, okay.
The halberd is fine. Nothing of value has yet to be lost.
oh, this is horrible.
Just blood.
No,
Don't
no,
you dare.
I already know that he's not okay.
Yeah.
That's
Nothing of
clear.
value has yet to be lost. I just
So-
got blood.
So we got Brud in the live chat. Bruh, y'all killed him. No, we haven't killed him. We've just harmed him. So it's either you come down or I'll make you come down. And he hissed at me.
Okay. He's rabid now.
Okay. I'm gonna aim for the rock, not where his feet are, but where the crack is. So I can make the crack bigger, if possible, and make him fall. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let's.
All right. So you're aiming for the crack, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do that. Roll to hit. Is that a natural 20 or is that a dirty 20?
Dirty 20.
You are able to hit after aiming with you. Did you want to use your old bow or your new bow?
That's with the new bow.
That's with
Yeah,
the
that's
new
right.
bow.
That's with the 1+.
Yeah, okay, I see that now. All right, so with that, you are able to aim, and it has just the right heft, just the right amount of pull, and you're able to pull back and release the arrow, and it lands very neatly into one of the cracks. And now the crack opens a little bit. You hear a kind of cracking of stone, and then he falls. He lands on his head. He now has a wet head, and most of the blood is now redistributing itself around his body, but he has landed on his head, and now his legs are kind of dangling over his body. His neck is oddly strong, but it is supporting his body, where his torso is kind of upright almost, but his legs are kind of hanging over to one side. So,
Only
He
in a
is-
game.
pardon?
Only in a game or an anime would that not kill you.
Pretty much, yeah. But he also is a dwarf. Dwarves are hard-headed,
Yeah.
as well as stubborn, so they're hard-headed in two regards. All right. So with that, you now have one mostly red in the face dwarf added to your party once more.
Are you ready to actually join us? Or are you gonna go off on your own again?
That's not an answer.
That's a
That's
typical.
not a very descriptive answer.
He said sus. That's a typical answer from him. Typic.
He is, for those that are unaware in the chat, which I'm sure everyone is at this point, he is very much engrossed into the Among Us game.
Yeah.
Well over 500 hours, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And he's telling me to shush.
Okay, so I say you come with us and we don't have to shoot you down from the ceiling again. Sound good? Okay, we got an affirmative. Fine.
The dwarf begrudgingly says yes. Continue along.
Okay.
All right. So now to explore the cavern. There
Mhm.
is a crack in the ceiling somewhere, and you can see some light coming in. You once again are able to see the the stalactites and stalagmites that are on the ceiling, many of which rise up into columns reaching from floor to ceiling. And now you are able to explore. In the area that you are around in currently, there is a largely flat area with different elevations of stone and such, but it's largely flat. And at this point, you can get a good overlook from where you are currently into the cavern itself.
Mhm. Um.
All
So I just want to start exploring it because we're probably gonna find something interesting.
All right. So, as you look over the edge of this cavern, you are able to see, once again, all the stalactites and stalagmites, many of which reach from floor to ceiling once again. You are also able to hear a dripping noise. Water is running somewhere. You can hear a
Hmm.
drip, another drip. And it seems to go at a very steady pace. And it's all you can truly hear in this cavern is drip after a drip after a drip. But with that, you are able to see as you kind of look around and get your bearings and see what you can see. You're able to see a natural set of stairs. I say natural set, it's kind of like a ramp that you can traverse that goes down.
Mhm.
It goes down to the leftish area. From where you were and entered into this cavern, it's not very far to the left of where you entered in, looking into the cavern. So it goes around and kind of loops around the edge of the cavern. Some areas are thinner than others, but most of all, you can just kind of see where it goes. And down at the bottom, you see a series of stalactites and a largely open area for the most part for where you currently are and what you currently can see without a perception check.
Um. So options are go down, go up, or just around.
You can, at the moment, you can go around and just continue on the same flat level that you're on, or go down into the cavern by going left.
What do you boys say? Around or down? Uh, Apparently our dwarf has elected to eat a rock.
All right, roll a con check for me, please.
Oh God.
And
Oh
then
God.
afterwards, depending on that, roll a strength check for me.
Is
He
this,
can't roll, can he?
is this
Oh,
a
that's
is
right.
this a is this a constitution check to see if his teeth shatter?
Yes.
Oh.
Would you believe me if I rolled a natural one?
Oh.
I mean, it's perfectly balanced in the way all things should be.
Yeah,
You rolled.
I genuinely rolled a
Yummy.
1. So he tries his damnedest to chunk through the rock, but the thing about that is it's exceptionally salty for one, and as he's chewing into it, he can feel extra chunks are now inside the rock area in his mouth,
Ugh.
and he chipped a tooth or several teeth at this point, and it's just a very salty rock. Something
Wow.
probably was hit when he fell, so it's not too out the ordinary. So, aside from that, did y'all want to go around or go down? Because there does seem to be slightly more of this level area that you're on, but outside of that, there's not really much else to go other than at this flat area or go down.
I think we should finish exploring the flat area and then down. What do you guys
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
All right. So in this flat area, you are able to see that there are small pools of water that are collecting at the bottom of these stalagmites. You can see above there are very small stalactites, but these stalactites are dripping small amounts of water into these pools, and it's not the same dripping that you heard before. These ones are a lot quicker, a lot steadier of a stream and such. But aside from that, you are able to see that each of these pools pours into a smaller stream that seems to go out over the edge of the flat area and then down. You can hear a small trickling of water. It's not a very fast paced stream or anything like that. So, with that, you're able to see a kind of alcove and, or rather, alcove cropping inside the cave. And there's some writings on the wall.
Ooh. Can we go up to the writings and try to read it?
You certainly may.
Okay.
So as you approach the wall, you can readily see that it's nothing I don't think any of you can recognize. Let me go through your characters real quick, see if you actually recognize this language.
Okay.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, so we've gotten several comments while you're doing that.
Uh-huh.
We have y'all haven't killed him yet. Aiming for the crack. Man. And rock and stone.
Yep. Rock and stone indeed. Okay. And okay. And
Oh, the
okay.
jar of
None of you
monsters has his name
recognize the
now.
writing on this wall.
Okay.
But you do have, from your past, you do kind of recognize at least one of the symbols. It's a very similar symbol to one that you have on a bone knife that you collected from the Goblin Cave a little while ago.
Okay. Let me guess, it's in Goblin.
It is in Goblin, yes.
Okay. Why are goblins so aplenty? They're annoying little shiz.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Interesting indeed. So, with that, you're able to see a kind of wall that just has a bunch of these kind of like hieroglyphs almost, and it's currently undecipherable by anyone in the party. And there's not really much here outside of the pools of water and the kind of running water, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
More stalactites, more stalagmites, but it doesn't seem that there's any trace of any goblins here recently.
So, how much do y'all want to bet that this used to be a goblin cave, then it was turned into a home base for those guys up there, and then the owlbear took over?
I was almost thinking more that the goblins are the hunters, but then again, I'm not really familiar with what level of like being civil they're capable of.
It varies from world to world, but typically they're just like hunter scavengers and they can build basic structures, but nothing elaborate. Typically, but they do make great traps.
Yeah, then there's definitely that structure's definitely not goblin because there was no traps.
Well, there was one trap. Well, sort of. I guess you could say. The lock.
Y'all overreacted on a door hinge.
Ah. Better to overreact than and not get hurt than underreact and die.
Understandable.
Um so that raises the question, were the flipping goblins from last time trying to get in here because this used to be their home? Or did they just see the owl bear as a threat?
Um, Mysteries to be unraveled,
Um,
potentially. But other than that, all that's really left for you to explore is going down and seeing what is around in the cave, in the bottom of the cave, rather.
okay, so I'm ready to head down. Do we want to do this sneakily? Do we want to do this readily? How we want to go?
I mean, we made a whole bunch of noise earlier, didn't we, when we shot the dwarf off the roof?
You did.
So I think the element of stealth might be gone.
I mean, yes and no. You can always hide in the shadows. Doesn't
But
mean they're gonna.
now that we know it's goblins, we should definitely be more like observant for traps.
Yeah. Um. So, I still want to stealth a little,
Okay.
just because you never know, and sometimes it's easier to avoid traps if you're being stealthy, because you gotta be light-footed anyway to be stealthy. So, does a 25 work for stealth?
Yes, it does. Side snap, once again, you're just kind of making noise as you go around. So, with all this, you, Crimson, are able to kind of make your way down the stairs,
Oh,
mostly unimpeded.
you gotta roll for Husk.
Oh, right. 14 on him. So he's actually able to keep mostly quiet when he walks down these stairs. So he, knowing how rock and stone works, he's able to place his feet in just the right ways to avoid making sounds. So both Crimson and Husk are currently stealth and are at the moment undetected by anything that may or may not be in this cavern. So going forward, going down these slopes, there is several areas where you're able to step across where the floor isn't exactly completely connected with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But there are areas where you can step across and be safe. But below is some stalagmites that are poking upward. There is some drip from the ceiling every so often, but they are unheard as they hit the ground. So, with that, everyone make a dex check for me.
Dex? Okay. Where's
Oof.
Dex?
6.
Okay. And then for the dwarf, I actually need to see his bonus.
I got 14.
And so the 14, it makes it. You're able to step across unimpeded or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to open Husk's character sheet and not one to reload.
Oh dear.
It's still not wanting to open.
Okay. Which one's his?
The Inobus Gallus.
Okay, I see two different ones.
The one on the right.
The one with Pearl or the one with the human boy?
Human boy. He decided to grab the rock show people
Mm-hmm.
for PFPs.
Okay, so his just I can see it now. Um
Now too. All right. So he, for stealth, I'm sorry, Dex check has a +2. So he is going to make a 16. So that works as well. And now, Vardak. Oh, you made a 6. Okay, so you are able to begin stepping across, but you're footing on one end or the other. Can't really tell, but part of your footing slips a little bit. You kind of do a split over this kind of gap. Roll a constitution check.
17.
You're able to keep your legs mostly together and keep yourself mostly stable, but your legs being forcefully stretched for a second hurts your groin a little bit, but other than that, you are able to pick yourself up and walk across. Now you're waddling a little bit, going down these stairs, going like, oof, ow, 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 because that didn't need to happen. All right, so continuing down these stairs, you are able to see that it flattens out into an area below where there are, again, several pools, but these are a lot smaller than before. Each of these pools are stagnant. Uh, However, going forward, continuing down this cave, you're able to hear that same drip, drip, drip from before. So, with that, you are able to uh, hear the drip and continue forward. There are stagnant pools of water, but then as you approach, you can begin to hear the trickling water from before. You can see that it's kind of going down the cave wall and going down into a pool. That pool then feeds into a little stream that leads into this larger pool area. You're kind of tracking it as it goes down and looking around. And it goes down, looks around, and you can see above a large, stagnant pool, a wolf head made out of stone is situated on one end of this larger pool. This larger pool, outside of the, I'm sorry, out in this pool, you can see the this large stone wolf-like head that is pouring water into this large, mostly still pool. The little bit of trickle of water came all the way down, moved around, and is coming outside of this vaguely wolf shaped stone head that is now dripping into this pool. You can then hear the dripping sound drip, 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 and you can then try and look around and see that it is landing in the direct center of this pool, this large pool with the stone wolf head at one end. And this stone wolf head, it's vaguely shaped like one. It's not like carved out of stone. It vaguely resembles the shape of a wolf.
So it looks like it's natural made or only partially carved?
Natural, I think he's trying to say. It's just like the
Would you like to investigate it?
Yes.
All right. So it's at this one end of this pool. Would you like to walk into this largely stationary pool?
No, because considering that creature we found up in the thing, I have no idea if this has anything in it. How deep
Okay.
is this pool?
Roll perception for me, please.
7.
You're not able to see too far into this pool and see any bottom.
That doesn't help me feel better. I'm gonna go around the edge.
And get as close as you can?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as you get up and round near this kind of wolf head area, you are able to see. Roll perception for me.
Perception doesn't like me.
You were able to see nothing.
You're not able to see the area above this wolf head, but you do see the tips of some stalactites.
Okay. I don't trust that water. What about you, Hung? You think you want to go in the water? Among? Okay.
What about Sai?
I don't think he's there.
You might be
Oh.
AFK getting a hot dog.
Maybe. So,
I don't really want to go in the water, but can I see if I can see how deep it is?
You certainly may.
18.
The water itself is this soupy mix of kind of clearish water, but it is also filled and swirling with something that you don't exactly know. It's like a kind of mineral almost, it seems. It's kind of dirty-ish water, but some areas of the water look clean. Roll a secondary perception check for me, please.
hmm.
21.
Something, you don't see what. Something's in the water.
Does he see something moving? Like,
The
what do you mean?
water itself is swirling a little bit and shifting every so often, but the surface of the water is completely stagnant, aside from the water that's trickling in on the side, and where the water is coming in dripping down, it doesn't make any ripples.
Hmm.
Can I poke the water with my halberd?
You certainly may. So you reach in, and how quickly do you want to poke the water? Just kind of like a really
Uh,
quick jab, or just kind of like slowly dip the halberd into it?
I just tap the water basically, see if like because you said it doesn't make any like ripples when it dripped.
It does not.
Yeah, so
So
I want to see if I can make a small ripple with the halberd.
when you poke into this watery mass, you are able to feel that it kind of bounces back a little bit whenever you poke it. So you just poke it the once?
Uh, y yeah, for now.
All right. So you poke it the one time, and it feels like a rubbery mass, almost like you're trying to poke into something physical. And with that poke, you wanted to poke with the sharp end, the
Um,
pointy end, or the axe blade.
not not with anything sharp.
Not with
Just
anything sharp. You just wanted to press on the water.
The
yeah,
wooden end of the halberd?
yeah.
All right. For the wooden end of the halberd, you poke it in, and you get resistance poking into it, and the water begins to kind of shift and churn a little bit, but ultimately nothing else.
Okay. So, that's weird.
Did she notice it as well?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, does Crimson notice it as well?
Yes, everyone's able to see that this all churns and does that.
That is weird. I do not like that.
Can I do another check or test to see something?
Certainly may. You want to poke it the same way?
No, I have a wooden stake in my inventory. Can I'm assuming it's just regular wooden will float on normal water. So can I throw the wooden stake just out into the water?
You may.
Um,
And it's like a sharpened wooden stake, like something that you'd smack a tent down into the ground with.
Yeah, it's the Monster Hunter pack thing.
Oh, that kind of wooden stake. All right.
Like a vampire stake, I think.
Yeah,
Not
pretty much.
exactly sure why I
It's a
have
good
it.
poking stick, to say the least.
Yeah.
All right. So, how do you want to toss it in? Do you want to toss it in the front end first with the point, or no?
Sure.
All right. So you kind of do like this underhand toss it in with the point going forward and landing in the water. Excuse me. So as this kind of travels through the air, it goes down and it lands in the water and is stopped several inches in. And then you can see the water really begin to churn. And now the water is then kind of rising up and it has the stake in its hand, or rather in its extremity that pokes out the water, and it flings it back at you. So let me. Does an 18 hit?
My armor class is 13.
So yes, an 18 does hit. It kind of shoots you in the shoulder a little bit. So it threw the stake right back at you, and now I'm going to roll a 1d4. Okay, take a 1 for me, please.
1.
So you took 1 damage after this watery mass threw a stake right back at you.
Is the stake close enough that I can just grab it?
Yes, it kind of grazed your arm. So yeah, it's just a few feet behind you.
Oh dear. Knowledge nature to figure out what the flip that is?
You certainly may.
12?
You don't immediately recognize what this creature is.
Ah, shoot.
Can I also do nature?
You may.
17.
You can begin to believe that this is a water elemental that is kind of sitting in a pool just chilling.
Was
Well,
just chilling.
yeah. So, what do y'all want to do now?
Uh,
'Cause at the moment, there is no initiative being done.
I'm going to back away slowly and try to explore another area, because I don't know about you guys, but water elementals are bad news.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not attacking us, let's kind of just back away.
Right?
I
Um,
mean,
I'm assuming Husk is not back yet, so I'm gonna take it he's gonna move with us as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that before he does something stupid. All right, so let us continue onward. With this, you are able to see that there isn't really much else. More stalactites, more stalagmites, more columns
He's back.
of stone, and now you do see that there is a kind of another natural-esque stairway or ramp that goes out. It's an area where you're able to climb up easily enough.
mm-hmm.
So, with that, there is really seemingly only the way out at this point.
Okay. Um. Yeesh. Uh. So do we just want to leave, or because
Unless we particularly want to fight a water elemental, I guess so.
well, I do have electricity. Do we just want to fight something or no?
I don't know if I have any way of harming it because I don't really think that swords and pieces of wood are gonna do anything.
Mm-hmm. What about?
So it mainly be you fighting it and maybe
Mm,
dwarf. I don't know.
I mean, I could psychic damage it. Um. So, among, would you be able to do any damage to a water elemental? Okay, so what? I got like 5 darts. How do you not have more weapons than that?
He didn't change his inventory from last we spoke.
Oh,
Okay, because that's all he literally put in. He didn't do the starting equipment or nothing. He's technically naked.
Uh,
I say naked, air quotes.
mm-hmm.
He has clothes on, of course.
He's.
do you think you can 1v1 a water elemental almost?
I don't know. We're only level 3.
Would
Well,
anyone like
when
to roll an additional nature check?
Sure.
All right.
I don't get why elemental would be down here. Yeah, no, that's a 10.
And Sai, you had the 17, or was that a 13?
It's the
Oh, that's
last
13.
roll. 13 is the new one.
From what you remember or know of water elementals, this is not acting like any water elemental you've ever seen or heard of before, either in stories or anything like that. Water elementals can be highly aggressive. This may or may not actually be a water elemental.
I really just hope it's not. I don't think it would be a gelatinous cube or anything of that sort. But you know what? I don't know why. Something's saying, can I do an Arcana check?
You certainly may.
Still a 10.
You don't really understand what this is, but there is a little bit of something in the water. You don't know what that something is, but there's certainly something with that.
Okay, so everything I'm getting from this is that you want us to fight this thing.
From me,
Yeah.
actually, that really depends. Wanting is not the word at all. Fighting is highly optional,
You
but
get to do whatever the hell you want.
yeah, you get to do whatever the hell you want. I don't care either way. In this particular instance, I don't care. This is just a little something. You don't know what this something is. It is yet to attack you, even though you harmed it.
Oh, so we did harm it. Okay. I
It's,
thought we just.
I
You
didn't think
threw
that
a
I
wooden stake at it. If someone threw a wooden stake at you, wouldn't you feel poke?
Hold on. When you say throw, are you talking about like I overhanded at it?
What?
How did I throw it?
You did an underhanded toss, and it kind of went up in the air and
And that
landed.
hurt it?
You
It's a
poked
funny
it.
ass
You poked
thing.
it with a wooden stake. Of course that's gonna hurt.
Someone snuck up behind you, poked you with a stake. You'd be like, "What,
Okay,
bruh?"
so that tells us right there that this is probably not a water elemental if it got hurt by a flippin' pointy stick.
Not injured, but
Um,
Okay, apparently nothing kill it darts.
so Husk is attacking it with darts.
Okay.
We could have tried talking to it. No. Okay. Just a big old no. Only darts. Okay. So I guess we're rolling in, I guess, surprise round?
I suppose it would be in that case, yes.
If the dart fails, does it still know we're trying to kill it?
It can assume.
Shh.
Okay. Okay, so we have a 15, a 19, and does someone need to roll initiative for
Oh yeah. That'll be a 3 for him. Okay.
so he
But
rolled
he
a
is-
1.
But he is
Yeah,
also
no, he got. Oh, actually, he has a +2, so that would be a 5 then.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, let me get something in the works going, and I'll be right with you in just a moment.
He'd still go first because he engaged beforehand, though, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, it
Wait,
can
is
be
it
that.
'cause
Yes.
surprise?
Hmm?
Because y'all are counting this as a surprise round.
Yeah.
Okay, so he gets to go first.
So surprise round would mean that he gets to go first since he's the one who initiated it typically.
Okay. So I have no map for you, so there's not really a need for this. It's only one thing, so that's fine. So with this, now let's see. Let me put this down into a written form as to who does what in what order. So initiative. Okay. Oh.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. We are ready to go. So, all right, let's do this. Now, with this, we are in initiative. What would y'all like to do? It is first, because the first one to react was uh, Illus, what was it? Inobus, sorry. It was Inobus. So roll to hit, and let me look at your character sheet. The dart is +4.
Yeesh. 7.
So 7 on that. The 7 does not connect. So you throw this dart, and it opens up in one of its spots, and the dart flies through to the other end of the little pond. All right. So Crimson, yours now.
Um, I'm
Wait a second. It is Psy. I'm sorry.
Uh, so we still don't really know what it is, right?
You do not currently know what it is.
Can I throw a dagger at it?
You certainly may try.
Uh, go. Says a 6 to hit.
It does not hit.
Okay.
So you wanted to throw a dagger, you said?
Yeah.
You once again throw a dagger, and part of it opens up, and the dagger just passes through it. All right. So Crimson, yours now.
Um, I'm gonna start with, honestly, let's go with my bow because I just want to see if a blunt or a actual weapon can hit it.
Okay.
So 15.
And that is what type of damage?
That is going to be piercing.
Right. So with that, it does hit, but the arrow sinks into a large chunk of it that is begun to risen out of the ground or out of the water, and it does hit. And that will be what damage?
Um, Depends. Are we all technically threaten this thing? Are we all threatening it or no?
Everyone is threatening it because everyone's throwing something or attacking it.
Well, is anyone within like 5 feet of it?
Of the creature? No.
Okay, then just 5 points of damage.
All right then.
Or actually, has it attacked yet?
It has
Yeah.
not. This has been a surprise round.
Then technically, I do believe I get sneak attack. I may be wrong.
If you are next to someone and you're both trying to threaten it, yes.
Mm,
But does that
you
only
don't need.
apply to melee?
It's if you have. You can do it with a ranged or finesse weapon if you have advantage. You don't need advantage if you have another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it.
Okay.
So if no one else is within 5 feet of it and I don't have advantage, no, I don't get it. So that would
Okay.
just be the 5.
So with this, you are able to see it now rises out of the water. And one moment, add this in real quick. All right. Let me put this on the page that you're on. You are now met face to face with a water weird.
What in the world
So
is
with
water
this, hold on. It doesn't want to place. All right, different image. Let me grab that real quick then. You see rising out of this water this kind of eel-like creature almost that has a large whisker going from each side of its mouth, trailing back behind it. And it is in the shape of an eel primarily. Of it has a kind of fin over the back. You see sunken eyes in its in its front area, and you can see the bottom of it is still just kind of sprouting out of the water, Mara.
Okay. If you
And
did put a picture up, we cannot see it.
all right, second.
So.
There we go.
Oh, fudge a monkey.
All right. So now let's fight. Okay. So with this, you now are probably about to receive a little bit of hurting, but now
Yeah.
it begins to let find thing. Wrong page. Here we go. All right. So it is. Oof. Oof. Oof.
Oh,
All right.
no.
It reaches out of the water and tries to pluck up the dwarf. He needs to. Da, da, da. All
Yeah.
right.
Uh-oh.
All right. So it's going to do a constriction action. So basically, it's going to try and grapple you and squeeze you. All right. So it reaches over and tries to grab the dwarf. Let's see. A 19 will, I'm pretty sure hits on Anubis. Yes, it does. All right. So he is going to grab you and then do 3d6 damage. 6, 13. All right. So it grabs Anubis and really squeezes, and his face is just as red as before. It then lifts up Anubis and tosses him back towards the group. And that does not collide with anyone else. So he is now just on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, oops, okay. So I adjusted his character sheet. So with that, now it is Sai's turn.
Now that we know it is actually made of water, right?
Essentially, an elemental guardian bound to a specific water-filled location, such as a pool or fountain, invisible while immersed.
Sorry, it's bound to a body of water.
It is.
What happens if you get rid of the body of water?
So does it.
Um, can I throw my oil flask at it in such a
You,
way that it breaks
you
into the
certainly may
body of
try.
water?
You certainly may try. Roll to hit.
Um, how do I roll to hit with a weapon with a non-weapon?
Uh, D20,
Okay,
just straight up.
19.
All right, you're able to throw this flask into the water, and you're able to kind of like toss it in such a way that the oil itself goes over all of the area that it can. Like you got to toss it, and it just flails everywhere, and oil is spilling out. And now there is oil in the water.
I'm imagining I'm not able to throw another thing, am I?
That was an action to do so, so you could throw an already lit match as like a bonus action or something like that. But
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
all right, do you have an already lit match or some source of fire that you can actively throw in?
I have my tinderbox. I think that's about it, though.
All right, so you will have to use a bonus action to light it, and then a bonus action to toss it.
So that's not this turn then.
So that won't be available this turn.
Um, is drawing a weapon a bonus action?
Officially, yes, but I'm not going to do that.
I'm just
Not
gonna
in most situations.
I'm just gonna pull out my torch and then pass turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Now it goes to Crimson.
Um. So.
And I do apologize for whoever's watching in the stream. We typically have music that happens when we do this, but this is a new Discord server we made, and we don't have those bots in yet. So now it's just do 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 do, just thinking in imagination.
Okay. I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb,
Okay.
and it is going to be done. So let's see. This is going to be done with lightning.
Okay. That'll certainly do something, most likely.
So it was a 13 to hit
That hits.
and 14 damage.
All right. So with that, let me look at something real quick. Do, do, do. Okay. All right. And that was how much damage you said?
14.
Okay. So with that, you see the chromatic orb rises from your hands. You chuck it at this being and creature, and you can see that the chromatic orb lands squarely in its chest, and it then recoils and shocks and shivers all across its body, and you can see that it looks to be in pain.
Lightning works. Cool. I do believe that's my turn then.
Okay. All right. So after that, that would then go to our resident dwarf. So what would you like to do?
Quick question for y'all. What's the opposite of an immunity?
Resistance.
No, opposite. Like weak. You're weak to something.
That's a weakness.
Oh, it's just called a weakness? That's what you'll
It's
see on
called
the
a
sheet.
weakness, yes.
And that just means you take twice as much damage, right?
You want to eat a dart.
Seriously, bro?
All right.
What?
Oh,
Let me
damn.
roll for damage. I'm just going to do that at this point. It definitely hits, so I'm just going to roll for damage. I don't know what that last one is. So the first one was 4. So you take 4 damage. You're already looking pretty hot at the moment, Inobus.
Wait, is he saying he eats a dart or for the creature to eat a dart?
Yeah, he's saying he eats the dirt because he's going yum.
Yeah.
Why? Just why?
Because he is the way he is.
He won't be the way he is at all for long.
Hmm.
He won't be.
All right.
Kill himself.
He's going to end up offing himself with this rate.
Yeah.
All right,
I think
so
that may be the point.
I don't know. But anyway, he takes the damage, and now it goes back to the water nymph. And now this water nymph, this water weird, is going to kind of like swing its kind of tendrils near its mouth and do like a kind of whip crack at you, Mr. Sai. So you need to. That first one does not hit, and the second one does with an 18. All right, so with that one, that's going to be a 2d6. So let me roll that in.
Not a 3d6?
The other one was a crushing attack. This one is different. So please take 7 damage for me, please, as you get a whiplash from a watery, weird, kind of tentacle, or rather a whisker. Water weird whisker. Say that 3 times fast.
Hmm. Okay. So with that, who's next?
Crimson. No, I'm sorry. It then goes to Psy, and then Crimson, then Dwarf, and then Weird. So now it goes to Psy.
So can I light my torch on fire with my tinderbox and throw the torch into the
You may.
part where the oil is?
You certainly may.
So what do you need me to do?
That is simply an action, bonus action, and an action of throwing it, and then just roll to hit. Do another d20 for me, please.
7.
All right. So you're able to toss the torch into the water. You miss the the weird directly, but it does land in the water, and some of the oil does begin to catch on fire. So outside of that, it will do. See, let's go with the 1d10. 7 damage. All right.
Okay.
Alrighty then. So with that, it now goes to Sam. Your turn.
Okay, I'm going to do another chromatic orb.
Absolutely. Roll to hit.
And that will be more lightning. A 7.
Is that a 7 to hit? That does not hit.
Darn.
Okay, so with that, the Water Weird has now learned its lesson and managed to dodge the chromatic orb as quick as it was. The orb flings past and embeds itself in the rock, and some of the rock actually chips and explodes with the impact of lightning having struck it. So, with that, the pebble then just kind of flies out to the side and skips across the water. And now it then goes to Resident Dwarf. What do you want to do?
Hmm.
Emog. Emog. You're sus, yes. What do you want to do?
Mhm.
Would you like to toss another dart at it? Because you are currently on the ground. You've yet to do anything else. Other than just try and eat a dart.
What?
You may try, but at disadvantage. Roll a con check for me, please.
Oh my god. Why do you want to go back to sleep?
He wants to go back to sleep for anyone that is watching.
Because
Hold on. No.
he's insane. Just his
If he
character
if
is
he actually
insane.
manages to fall asleep, does that count as a short rest?
No. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm going to say yes. He will get a short rest out of that.
How long a short rest?
Because he is physically small, that is already a short rest. Yeah, I had to work one joke in here somewhere.
Yeah.
So roll a con check, which will be 15. And what's your bonus to con? 17. I would say you are able to fall right asleep after the rapid concussion that you had to your head, the getting crushed and then thrown, and then the pain being a dart. The dart kind of hurt a little bit, but it's going to be okay. You just go back to sleep right where you lay. So, yeah. You can go ahead and take a short rest, but you won't be able to fight the rest of this fight. Does that sound okay? Typing?
Oh dear.
He's
I'm
sleeping.
sleeping.
Okay, well, I'll stop disturbing you. All right, so with that, it then goes to the water weird, and it's once again going to try and take a smack at one of you. It will now be Crimson. So, Crimson does a.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that does not hit the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The second one also does not hit. So I rolled a 2 and a 4. It did a multi-attack and was trying to do the whiplash at you now with both of its whiskers, 1, 2. And you're able to duck out the way as it does like its whip crack, but as it reaches the whip reaches the apex of its I'm sorry, as it reaches the apex of its whip crack, it actually makes the whip crack sound of water. And now you are able to see uh, a lot of mist in the air, really, as the water cracked at the end. Some of the water kind of goes into like a mist at the edge. And both of those attacks both miss.
Okay, cool.
So with that, it then goes to Sai.
So hold on. Have any of us hit it with any actual physical objects yet, or just
I
For
did.
physical objects, the dart, not the dart, the wooden stake did hit. The other ones simply did not hit the creature.
okay?
I hit it.
You hit.
With
You
the-
said
with the-
physical attacks. You did
We hit it
magic.
with magic.
I shot an arrow,
Oh yeah, you did. Never mind.
Wait.
and one of the darts hit.
Oh, okay.
My bad. Whoop.
I am going to swing it with my halberd.
All right, you are about 10 feet away, so that will reach. Go ahead and try and poke.
11.
11 does not hit. So as you try to poke it with a halberd, it then kind of ducks out the way, or at least part of the section where you were aiming for just kind of moves out of the way. And there is really just no reaction outside of it went out of the way, the water parted ways a little bit, and you did not connect. Would you like to do anything else? You still have a bonus action and movement.
I'm not really sure what I can do as a bonus action though.
You can interact with your environment in some way.
Does it seem like the fire's doing anything?
Oh, right, that's still burning. So let me roll that damage. Another d10. Thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot about that. That's a 6. All right. The water is continuing to burn because the oil is still on it. So it then kind of screeches in some way, shape, or form. But you're able to imagine that that is kind of a screech in its own language of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
So outside of that, it then goes to Sam. What do you want to do?
I don't know how much of a mind this thing has, but I'm guessing it has one, so I'm going to use magic and do Mind Sliver.
Okay.
It needs to make a intelligence save.
Of
12.
Okay. And it just barely failed that. So it does take the mind sliver damage. And that's psychic?
Yeah, it's just one. But
Just
it's
one damage? You gave it a slight headache.
It's something.
All right. So with that, let me. Uh-huh. All right. So after that, then goes back to the water nymph, and now it will cock its head back and kind of spit water at you in one giant glob. Everyone make a dex save of at least 12.
Okay.
52.
Got it.
All right. So it kind of does a large hawking loogie at you and kind of spits up a large section of water. It does not hit the dwarf, oddly enough, but you two are able to both duck out the way and not receive any direct damage from it.
Okay.
So with that, it then goes to Sai. But both of you are now prone, having been off the ground. So all you need to do is either expend a bonus action to get up or just kind of stay there.
Yeah, I'll do a bonus action to get up, and I will throw a boomerang,
All right.
which is 9.
9 does not hit. It does kind of duck out the way a little bit as you throw it, and the boomerang is able to come back after narrowly avoiding, almost magically so, one of the stalactites that are hanging from the ceiling.
think that's it.
Okay, so then that will go to Sam. What would you like to do?
Let's try flipping. I guess I'll try shooting it with an arrow again.
Alrighty, can do. Roll to hit.
Okay. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 does hit. All right, so you once again shoot it, and it once again the arrow lands in the hide of this creature, and it does seem to kind of wince in pain a little. How much damage? 9?
Depends. Is anyone within 5 feet of it?
No one is within 5 feet of it.
Then
It is in the
6.
center of a 10-foot pool. No one is yet to get into the water.
Okay. Then it is 6.
All right, so 6 damage. Duh. All right. So with that, it then becomes the water weird's turn again, and it now is going to do a wide kind of turn with its head and try and smack both of you with each of the whiskers. So that will be a nope and a oof. Yes, it does. Okay, so that will be a natural 20. Crimson, I apologize, but you are about to get hit hard.
That's okay. I
All
hopefully can handle it.
All right, so that will be another 2d6, but I will now have to do crit on that, so that will be 2d6. And I'm going to use double dice. All right, so that is a total of 11 damage.
Okay.
Okay. So as these whips come down, they come down each from a different direction, so it's hard to dodge in either way. So each of these slap both of your sides of your rib cage and kind of knock the wind out of you a little bit. All right. So now,
sorry, interrupt. How does critting work? Is it just
critting
rolling
can
with
do
advantage?
either double the damage or double the dice, depends on DM.
What do you do? What is the book?
In the book, it is double the damage.
Okay. And what
Because
did you do
let's
here?
say like someone rolled like a 1 out of all the damage they did. So if they did double the damage, they would do 2. So it's like, yeah, that's
You did double
one
the
hell of
dice.
that's like one hell of a crit. So
Mm-hmm.
like say potentially they only got 1 point of damage out in their damage output. So
What you did is
if they
double the
just
dice.
did double damage, then they would only do 2 damage. So they do double the dice instead. You're able to re-roll and do the additional amount.
That's what you did here, right?
That's what I did here.
Okay, y'all better run away.
You can roll better that way, but I do it of double dice. Or it could be choice between the player of do you want to roll another set of dice or another exact same amount of damage. It's a little bit of gamble. But anyway, after it whips you, Crimson, it now goes to Psy.
I'm gonna throw another boomerang at it.
Absolutely. Roll to hit. 16
16.
does hit. That was a dagger.
Oh.
Did it register? I'll keep that. It does hit. You're able to throw a boomerang at it. Roll for damage. 3. Okay.
It's
So
the same roll anyway.
Okay. So you were able to throw this boomerang, and you hit it kind of square in the face. You made it a unicorn, but the boomerang itself is kind of just sinking ever so slowly into this water weird. All right. So
Both of them
now,
took 11 damage, right?
sorry?
Both of them took 11 damage, correct?
No. What are you talking about?
11 damage that the weird inflicted upon them? No? It whipped them?
No, that was me.
Okay, sorry.
All,
I took
all
it.
to the one person. I just rolled
Yeah,
twice.
I was gonna say if it was to both of us, I'm dead.
Yeah, no. So now it is basically a unicorn water weird at this point with a boomerang sticking out of it. So now it goes to Sam. What do you wish? Actually, no. Is there any bonus action you wish to do, Mr. Vardak? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's it.
Is it still on fire?
It is now no longer on fire. The pool around it is, but not itself.
Okay.
So if it moves, then it will.
Can I move towards it in a way that if it wants to try and get to me, it has to go through the fire?
There is a 5 foot gap between between the edge of the pool and it. So you would be outside of 5 feet, and the pool around it is all on fire. So basically, if it moved anywhere, physically moved inside that 5 foot area around it, then it would be catching damage potentially. But it's probably not going to move. It is bound to a location.
And I'll just stay where I am then.
All right then.
Wait, it's bound to its location, you said, right?
Correct. It's bound to a pool or body of water that is bound to.
How far away can we get from this thing? And I have a range of flipping 80 to 320.
Well, you can move. There is approximately 20 feet of room behind you that you can readily stand on.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna back up a ways.
Mm-hmm.
Use my movement to back up quite a ways.
All right.
Is it still within technically 60 feet of me?
Yes, it is. You only are able to really move 20 feet back.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and do another mind sliver.
Okay.
That's an intelligence 12 DC.
It does not pass.
3.
All right. So with that 3 damage, you can see that it winces and shakes in pain. You can probably grasp that it's not having a good time.
Yeah, I just don't want to get hit again.
All right, now it is the water nymph's turn, and he is going to, in his throws, just kind of whip around with his things. So, Vardak and the dwarf, you're actually both going to have to make a dex save of 12.
18.
Okay, you pass, and now the dwarf will have to roll at disadvantage because he's prone and unconscious. And okay, a 5 certainly does not pass. So as this oh god, as this water weird is whipping its head around and its tendrils are flailing about the place, it does hit eventually the dwarf, and I was rolling. Okay, it already does hit. That's already established.
Mm-hmm.
I was just rolling to see a d20 to see how exactly it would hit. I rolled a natural 1. It slaps him on the ass. Okay, so while he's unconscious and like face first in the ground, the water nymph, the water weird, keeps flailing its tendrils about, and eventually it's not controlling where it's flailing, but it does eventually whip crack and land upon the posterior of our dwarf that is unconscious. So there's that. Yeah. So with that, that will be 2d6 damage. All right. So that'll be 4 damage. That's -4. So that will be 2. You now have 3 more hit points, Mr. Dwarf. And you're still currently unconscious. Okay. So now we have Sai's turn. What do you want to do?
I'm going to try and hit it with the halberd again.
All right. So you
Say
go ahead and
16.
try and poke it.
16.
A 16 does hit. How much damage for me?
4.
All right. So as you bring your halberd up, describe to me how you kill this water weird.
Can I separate it at like the torso type area from the pool?
You certainly may. So as you raise up your halberd and try to bring it around to swing, you are able to cut through the torso or the large kind of middle section of this water weird, and you sever it, the upper head section from the lower body section. With that, you can see the expression of the water weird go blank, and it then all just separates and drops into the pool as water.
Hmm.
Okay, so with that, the water weird is dead. So now there is also the pool is now it is once again just kind of sitting there. The pool now has a bunch of ripples going. All
Okay.
right. So with that, you can now explore the wolf head now.
So,
Should we wake him up?
Only if you want to.
I say
Uh,
no.
okay, okay.
He's the one who wanted to sleep while in the middle of a fight.
Oh, that's for waking him up. If you wanted to wake him up, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you do not want to wake him up. All right, I'm okay with that. Now you have free reign to go and walk in this wolf pool, or rather this pool that's situated behind a wolf head, and explore it a little bit.
Okay. I'm good
All
with
right.
that.
So, who wants to go first? As ominous as that may sound.
um, I guess I will.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
So,
Before I do, does anyone need healing?
I'm at 10 out of 21.
Same. So let's each take a light potion. Or a potion of light cure wounds, or however it's.
a lesser healing potion. So that should be 2d4 plus 2.
Okay, so let's go ahead and roll that.
Hey, what do you mean by 2d4?
2d4 means 2d4 dice, and then you add 2 to it, 2 to whatever value you get.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a 3.
So I rolled a 7, so that would be a 9.
7 in total?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 9 hit points done in total. Add that to your character.
Excuse me.
Awesome.
And then I just healed 6.
All right, excuse me. So, with that, you so you wish to explore the wolf head and such?
Yeah.
All right. So, with all of that, you then begin to walk into the pool. At first, you put your foot in carefully to see if it's still around, like you kind of dip your toe in the water.
Mm-hmm.
The water is now simply water. The creature is now dead and gone. So now there is nothing impeding you, and there is just the one drip, drip, drip going on once again at the center of the pool. But now, as the drip hits the water begins to ripple outward, and the ripple, calmly and coolly, stretches out to each of the round edges of the pool. All right, so now you can go ahead and explore the wolf head. In this wolf's head, above, or rather above this wolf's head, you can kind of see that the stalactites, there was something that was done to these stalactites. So, all in all, it looks to be that this wolf head ultimately is natural, but someone had shaped it in such a way that the stalactites would drop water and there would be the deposit would be in a certain way. So it would deposit and eventually naturally make this wolf head. But this wolf head is open mouthed, and you can see that the stream is trailing down, around, and out through the back of the head and out through the mouth. But upon inspection of this mouth, you are able to see a short sword.
Ooh.
This particular short sword has some grooves in it and little marks in it as well. And it does not appear to be any regular short sword that any of you have seen.
I want
Alongside the blade, there are several nicks in the blade, but they don't look like they're from combat damage.
I want to grab the blade.
You certainly may.
Cool.
So,
The
I
actual
imagine you
blade.
grab it by the hilt?
Yes.
Of course. So, with that, all right, out of character official moment, Crimson, that's the custom weapon you wanted.
Yay! Finally.
All right. So you have now picked up Wolf's Tongue, or the Wolf Fang. But now, uh, you now have yourself a custom short sword whip.
Nice.
All right. And for any of the party members that also want custom weapons, hit me up. This one is a hybrid weapon. It is both a short sword and a whip that can whip things up to 15 feet. So with that, that is 6:30. We have 30 more minutes before Crimson has to leave. But
Mhm.
uh, now that's essentially all that is in this cavern officially. So all there really is instead of hitting rock bottom, going up. And I already see we have a dwarf that hit rock bottom, so there's that. But now you are able to take a short rest if you wanted.
Yes, please.
Okay. So how would y'all like to go about taking a short rest? Just kind of sitting around and looking around and sitting in the water, or did y'all want to try and construct a campfire? Or go back up and maybe actually go into the rooms and sleep in proper beds?
Ooh.
Because you
I
don't have to sleep during a short rest. You can just like take a breather.
I just want to take a breather because I honestly don't want to go anywhere near that flippin' shack again.
All right.
Yeah.
So
It had weird.
I'm sorry, how
vibes.
long is the short rest? 8 hours?
short rest is officially 1 hour.
One?
1 full hour is a short rest.
How long is the long rest? 8 hours?
8 hours.
Okay.
The average doctor recommended amount of sleep.
Cool beans.
Okay.
Hmm.
So with that, what do y'all want to do during this short rest?
That doesn't get rid of any of my spell points. That's just for healing, right?
It's primarily just for healing and or RP stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so
All right, so Crimson, after that healing potion, you can feel that the sides where you got whipped on both sides, you can feel the pain and sting wear away after time with the aid of that healing. You
Mhm.
begin to sit down and prop yourself up against a stalagmite and just kind of rest your head there, just a little exhausted while fighting. And now, our resident dwarf, he is currently just snoozing and snoring away. Let me see how effective that sleep is. Holy fuck, I rolled another one. Apparently, it's not the most restful sleep, having been crushed,
mean-
lost, and dropped on your head.
He did get
So
slapped in the ass too by the
he
water
did.
bear.
So he had a certain kind of dream. So there's that. It might not have been the most restful dream. I can't begin to know what goes on in that head of his. So it probably was exhausting in dream. So there's
Mhm.
that. So with that, Vardak, how do you wish to go about your short rest?
Um, I mean, I'm just gonna gather my throw weapons and just relax.
All right. And did you also want to grab the stuff for the dwarf as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Good on you, little man. All right. So now, uh, you kind of go ahead and sit none too far away from Crimson. But as you sit down and put your pack to the side, you can feel that the pack shakes a little bit, and you can hear a little ting on glass, little teeth marks going against the glass. And it doesn't break or anything, but you can now hear that the creature didn't like being moved around so much.
Oh, Tiephasis is angry.
Tethesis? That's the name?
I named it Tiephasis.
Okay. All right, let's write that down somewhere and make that a pin.
Dear.
1 jar D&D Luton Notes, +1 monster jar, or monster in jar, +1 monster in jar, +1 monster in jar, Ephysis.
Teefisus.
Ephysis.
Yeah.
All right,
Teefisus.
Teefi. Ephysis.
Isus.
Isus. Ephysus.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's not supposed to be that. It's just how it ended up being spelled.
Dear.
Okay. All right then. So with that short rest, I'll do your maximum healing for you, Amog. So I'll do that for you. Everyone else can use their own hit dice and get themselves up to their shape. So
Okay.
I will do short rest.
To be clear, so how do hit dice work again? How many do you get to roll? Do they only replenish at a long rest?
Yes, they replenish at a long rest. During a short rest, you have a grand total of X amount of hit dice according to your class.
You can
You are
only
able
use.
to do a multitude of short rests in a day, and you are allowed to not take any hit dice to heal, or you can take as many as you want within one or more of the short rest. However, if you run out of these slots in the day, that is all the slots you have for that day. So I
I
can
understand.
share my screen quickly and demonstrate.
I understand. I got it. I got it.
Okay. Short rest, so that's 3d6 plus 2. Let me do that in the thing. 3d6. That'll be 11 plus 2, so 13. All right, he's now 16 out of 20 hit points, so he's a lot better than he was.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he does have plenty of magic. All right. Oh, okay. I like that. Neato, neato. Okay. So now, after a short rest, y'all decide to pick up your feet and get back going on what you were doing. So, y'all want to exit the cavern now? Did you want to go up the ramp that you came down in, or go up the ramp and continue exploring?
That's up to y'all. I'm good either way.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I had a little bit of an internet hiccup.
Oh,
Y'all can do whatever you want.
y'all can go where you want. You can go back the way you came and go back through the cavern and cabin and all that, or you can go up this ramp and go upwards and climb out of this cavern potentially, because you do see a light that is shining through.
I'm okay with either.
Choose.
All right, and did we want to wake up the dwarf now?
I mean, we probably should, otherwise we're just gonna leave him here.
Yeah. Let's wake him up.
How do we wake him up this time? We push him into the water and see how long it takes for him to. Notice he can't breathe.
Roll a strength check to lift him.
Oh dear.
Fine.
Okay, you're able to kind of barely pick him up and just kind of drag him. So now his face is just dragging across the floor. So you're able to lift him by his legs and try and move him, but you're just dragging him. You can't really lift him. Crimson can give the aid action and help them along.
I am not part of this.
Okay, then. So you
I'm
want
just shaking
to.
my head at this point.
So his face is dragging across the stone. I'm going to make a con check for him, see if he. Okay, that wakes him up. He got a natural You roll the dumbest shit, Husk, in third person. That was a natural 20. You've been nat 1s and nat 20s. You've been on both ends of the spectrum. So you're weird. All right.
Full
So nat
spectrum.
20, he wakes up after being dragged across the floor and his face caught the most of it. And now he just has like some scratches on his face. Now, Husk, what do you want to do? Or Amog?
Oh dear. Um.
He's eating another hot dog. Amog, Husk, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Okay, I'll play his character for him. So he's going to get himself up, dust himself off, and he's just kind of going to look up at the ceiling like a moth to a flame and just kind of go, light. And I guess he wants to go up and out, I suppose. Unless y'all want to decide differently.
Hold on. Does the upwards lead out of the cave?
Oops.
Very potentially, yes. Because you do see a light coming out from the upper reaches of the cavern.
What about the egg?
The egg is back the way you came.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we leave that way, we'll have to go back down and around to get the egg.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
we could go and look what's up at the light, but I don't really suggest leaving that way necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, sorry, just ignore the things. I'm trying to figure out how to put this stinking thing in the in D&D
Yeah,
Beyond.
I'm good with going up.
All right. So now you have two short bows in your possession, one of being a +1 and one being a regular one.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you didn't want to like swap around that short bow and give one to Vardak? Because otherwise he's just boomerang Magoo.
I mean, I don't mind doing so. It's just
Would you like to have a short bow, Mr. Boomerang Magoo?
What?
I'm calling you Boomerang Magoo. Magoovian.
I mean, I don't have any arrows, so I'm kind of good
It
either
came
way.
with 8. But ultimately, I won't count ammunition unless you're trying to build a bridge out of arrows. Only if it's special ammunition will I truly count it.
I mean, I guess I'll take it then.
All right, because I assume you guys pick it up after everything, so
mm-hmm. Yeah.
after all is said and done. All right,
That's a
so
short
we are
bow.
approaching the end of 4 hours, and let's, because at 7 o'clock my time, Eastern Standard Time, Crimson will have to go. So let's see if we can find our stopping point tonight. All right. So with this, I guessing y'all want to what do y'all want to do exactly?
I guess go back to the egg at this point. I'm not sure if there is there any other place in here that we can actually look around.
There is the up ramp that goes upward.
Okay.
Cavern, if you wanted to explore the rest of the cavern where the light was coming through, I think he means.
Also, if I may point out, water just doesn't exist. It had to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean there's a ramp going up. Could just be a hole in the fucking cavern. You have to spelunk rope up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
That's not easy.
So,
Shall I give DM wall breaking advice?
you
Or
can
no?
if you want, but I suggest we go up, but at the same time, we have like 15 minutes, so
I would highly recommend going up and out.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay then. So y'all begin to take your sorry. Y'all begin to walk up and out from the cavern. Y'all are able to find your footholds and get up nice and easy enough. The climb isn't so terrible. It's just a little steep in some areas. And with that, you're able to eventually reach the top of the cavern, where it gets lighter and lighter and lighter. And eventually, you reach a flat-ish area, and you can finally see dirt instead of stone once again.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, there is a cave entrance to this cavern area. It leads kind of up and out, and you're able to see the open sky. It's a little overcast at this point. It's in the afternoon. All right. So, would you like to exit the cave?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So, as you exit the cave, you are able to see a cabin over to your left area, and you're able to see a kind of just dilapidated building of the cavern. I'm sorry, of the cabin. So,
Mm-hmm.
that is this page. This page. Come on, move. This page. Here we go.
Okay.
So you are able to see the very cabin that y'all were in none too long ago. Let's widen that up. And nearby, you are also able to see a lake. And if you recall from the map, there is a lake none too far away from that cabin that was on the map itself. So you can probably get a good guesstimate from where you are that you are situated right here.
Right.
Oh, wait, I didn't move your bookmark. Whoops.
Mm-hmm. We're in
Right about here.
Oh dear. Okay. That's a little strange that you can get up there from inside the thing, but okay.
Cavern goes.
Y'all
Let me,
crawled up through the cellar, basically.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Uh, Let me draw this out. Freehand. Y'all went from in here, up the cave, up the caverns, and came out of the house. And at first you were in the house section. You could have walked outside through the front doors and still have gotten out into this area here.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all went up into the caverns, and instead of only exiting out the cabin, y'all went around basically and up and out here.
Okay.
So there was alternative routes.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Okay. So with that, you are able to see that there is a small island situated in the center of this lake area. And on that small island, you can see an oddly shaped rock covered in a little bit of moss. But what's odd the most about this rock is that it's wearing a small red hat. A small red hat is adorned on this little boulder. Nearby, you can see that there is a tree that hangs over this little island. And now you have a tree that's kind of giving shade to this tiny little island.
Okay.
But for some reason, there's a hat on top of a boulder over that way.
Um, not sure what to do about the hat covering the boulder, but okay. Let's.
And at the moment, you were about a good 70 to 60 feet away from the edge of the water all the way up to the little island.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would the party at large like to do?
We go check out the hat.
All right. So, you do see that there is nearby, or at least closer to the cabin itself, there is a small little dock that has a rowboat in.
Okay.
All right. So, you want to go up to the rowboat? Because ultimately, you're able to get a good view of your surroundings. You are in the mountains at this point. The air is slightly chilled. It is an overcast day, so the white is only compounded by the overcast of the sky itself. So the white on the nearby mountain is just a really bright white area.
Mm-hmm.
Around you, you see that there are trees, many of which are still in full bloom and kind of like in the. There are some evergreens and there are some flower trees, some of which are producing fruit. With that fruit, it's just some apples and some crab apples as well. But
Mhm.
other than that, it is a kind of grassy area with tall, overgrown grass. And there is the cabin itself that has a lot of overgrown vines hanging on the side of it, as well as just overgrown grass around the area in front of the cabin or front of the cabin hall area. So with that, there's the little dock that has the one little rowboat in it. And if you look behind you, you're able to get a really good view of your surrounding area. You're able to see over the side of this cliff that there is a vast expanse of land in front of you. So there is a large patch of grass, some of which has a road into it, and you'll also see, nestled in between hills in a valley, a little village, the village of Karn. So now, uh, y'all wish to explore the little rowboat and the island?
Sure.
All right. So as you get close to the rowboat, you are able to see that it is moored against this little pier. And now there is also some little fishing poles that are inside of inside this rowboat. And there's also a singular set of oars, wooden oars that are situated and that are sitting inside the boat underneath the wood bench seats. So you are able to row your way over to the little island if you so wish.
So, quick question. Whatever
Yes.
came of searching the little uh boulder with a hat?
You want to go ahead and just search it and such?
Well, didn't Sai say he was going to examine it and search it?
Yeah.
Yes. Y'all are in the rowboat rowing over to the little island that the boulder is sitting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's the explanation for the rowboat and such.
Uh,
Okay.
Okay. So y'all are able to row your way over to the little island with no trouble at all, really. You are able to see that there is in the distance a little waterfall that is kind of trickling in between the rocks and crevices and feeding into this lake area or pond, depending on how deep it is. But now you approach this little island, and the island itself is primarily composed of gravel, and there's this red hat that is sitting on top of this boulder. And for the life of you, no one can guess why a boulder has a hat on it. The tree itself is covering this little island with shade, and there are some, flowers on this tree, and it's blossoming. There is pears on this tree. And with that, you have a boulder in front of you with a hat on it.
Okay. Sai, you were the one who wanted to investigate it.
I'm gonna go over and pick up the hat.
Okay. So now, let me do a few things behind screen, make sure everything works. Okay. So now, here we go.
What in the hell? What was that? I say as I pop my head out of my shell. Who the hell's stealing my hat?
Uh,
What's going on here?
I'm gonna
You
give
have
the hat
now.
back.
It's become apparent that what you thought was a boulder was actually the shell of a turtle. A turtle, I should say.
oh dear.
I say as I get up, I stick my legs out, I stick my arms out, and I sit up. And I ask y'all what the hell y'all are doing. Why y'all bothering me? I'm trying to chill.
Uh, sorry, we were confused. Well, what?
I'm sitting here. I'm just, I'm a traveler. I'm eating some of these pears. I saw this island off the way. I thought it would be a nice place to take a nap. What are y'all doing here?
Uh, we just came out of a cave and now we saw
What cave? What are you talking about?
there's a cavern in a cave down there.
Is that so? Right across the way next to the cabin?
Yeah.
Huh. What was in it? Y'all spelunkers?
Uh, not necessarily. Uh, Psy help.
There was an abandoned outpost of sorts, and a water weird
What the hell is a water
was
weird?
Kind of sounds like a weird thing to say.
this
Is
weird
that a
water.
creature? You
Yeah.
saying you found water down there?
Yeah. Let's. There was also some sort of owl bear and. Oh dear.
Y'all seem like an odd bunch. You got anything better to do? Where y'all heading?
Uh, once we get the owlbear egg, probably back to the village. You want to join us?
The village over there?
Yeah?
The one on the horizon?
Yeah?
I ain't got nothing better to do, really. I'm just wondering. Mind if I join along with y'all?
Sure.
Say, you look like you're not in the best of shape. I'm a healer. I can help y'all out if you ain't feeling too good.
That would help.
Then I would say out of character, what's y'all's HP? What's your hit points? Oh,
I'm fine. I'm at 21 out of 21.
Um, I'm at like 14 out of 21.
I'll presume the dwarf is really not doing well, right?
He's not, no.
Okay, I could tell he's limping along. His foot's all bloody, and uh, he ain't doing too good. So I'll ask you if I can try to, I'll suggest we go across the way on the rowboat.
Okay.
We'll head out, and then if you'll let me, I'll scrounge around for some herbs and such, see if I can find anything I could use to make like a poultice or something. And then I will try to bandage him up, and then I will also do a hand of healing, which costs 1 key point out of 3 that I have, just so you'll understand what I'm doing.
For the day, yeah.
Yep, and yep, I'm going to do that twice. So
Okay.
that will be 2d4 plus 4, or 1d4 plus 2 times, twice.
All
Let
right.
me
So
make
I
sure
will
I know how the
say
system works.
that y'all go back on the rowboat, go across the way, and try and find any herbs. There is actually a garden next to the cabin that y'all weren't able to see from where you popped out of the cave. So you were actually able to find some very helpful herbs and spices that were sitting over by the cabin. However, the whole area was overgrown, so some of it was good, some of it was bad. So ultimately, you could find all the herbs and spices that you like, and now the healing has happened. How
Made
much
a
health
nice
would you?
poultice, so that is 4 and then 3. So 7 total HP he gets.
Mm-hmm.
4 and 3.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's a 1d4 plus 2, and I
So
rolled
I
twice.
see
I
a
used to.
2 and a 1.
Yep, I rolled twice. So I'm using 2 key points. I'm doing it twice.
Oh, okay. So 7 total, you said?
He gets 7 health points.
All right. He looks right as rain once again.
Oh, y'all seem like a real scraggly bunch. I'll see if I want to keep along with you after we get to the town. Maybe there'll be something more interesting there for me to look at.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Then we want to go. Do we want to? You guys said there was some egg y'all wanted to get. Where's this egg?
back in the cave.
All right.
Y'all want to go back that way and grab it?
Out of character, not this session.
Yes.
You can do it for okay.
All right. So as of right now, for a point of reference, when y'all exited the cave, y'all went left. For the right area, there's a path that goes alongside the mountain. That's the path that this turtle over here came up this way. He was hiking along this mountain trail. And along this mountain trail, as you begin to go back towards the cave, you can then hear noises and sounds. They are scraggly, noisy sounds. Whoops, hollers, war cries, and a bunch of kind of high pitched squealing going. There is a goblin hunting party charging at you. So that will be the beginning of next session.
Okay.
Oof.
All right. So, everyone, I would say that was a decent session overall. How did y'all like that?
It's good.
Pretty
But
good.
I'll see y'all. I'll see y'all next session.
See
I
you.
will say, it seems like he kind of had to push y'all sometimes. Maybe it's because some of y'all are new. You can do anything you want. He doesn't have to give you options. You can do anything.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear. You could do anything you could possibly imagine.
That's why a guy ate a dart and ate a rock.
Yep. You can do is if you can make it make sense, logical sense, you could do anything you want using the tools, your
course.
inventory, and their abilities.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So with that, I do have to head off. That does bring the stream to an end, and we hope everyone